Good evening, everybody. It's late. I know. Had a it's a tough day today, but I'm over that. Unfortunately, I did get locked out of my apartment for whatever reason. My I have a contactless key which doesn't work anymore, so that that caused a problem. And I managed to get in. I should be able to handle things until they can get me a replacement. But I needed a rest, so we're here now. But I do apologize for a later start. I know I kind of let myself do that on Fridays, but I also know that there's usually a cost in terms of viewership, and from that I infer that that's probably not convenient for most people who watch. So I notice, I don't think this is a Book of Hours update, but there's a couple updates coming in. Actually, there's quite a few updates. I'm not quite sure why this isn't going through. But we will be starting Book of Hours pretty soon. I thought I was a little bit more ready, but I'll let Steam do its thing. I tend to notice if I try to get clever and get in the way of Steam doing its stuff, it usually takes longer. Okay, here we go. Books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. And here we are. I think this is the same... yeah, this is still the same version that we were playing last time. And it has been a while since I've given credit where credit is due. I was given a key for this from Weather Factory to help promote it, so if you are making a buying decision off of the broadcast, wonderful. I'm certainly happy to know that I'm doing my part in terms of pushing people into trying out a really wonderful game. But it is, we do live in a time when there's a range of I don't know, acceptability in terms of how people handle it. I can think of a couple of names who have business relationships which whenever I talk with people about them, people are surprised to learn about it, and then they say, oh yeah, but then they're always talking up about how great this thing is, and I'm like, yep, they should be disclosing that. But I can only take care of my own stuff, and I figure I don't think it's ever difficult for me to say nice things about the developers who take a shot on me and let me share the game with people. So, Weather Factory is Alexis Kennedy, design, writing, and coding; Lottie Bevan, art, production, and marketing. The collaborators on this one, additional coding: Roman Loskudov, Knights of Unity, FRGM. Additional art by Adrian Decken, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Catherine Unger. And the lovely music you are listening to, Mary Beth Solomon and Brent Barkman from Mickey Marr Productions Limited, with the sad edition of R.I.P. Mickey Erb, and the sound, which we've commented on quite a bit, by Sound Cuts. My apologies to the Steam localization people, although I did want to say again, I do notice that ClockQ will occasionally stop by the stream, but they'll also, like tweets and things like that. And I do appreciate that. And then, of course, the special thanks, all the beta testers, Finnegal's Coffee on Trafalgar Road, and hello to all of you, Johnny Kochland and Mark Lewis, Alex Tuddy, and Anna Poulter-Jones, PK and Sonia. These are 2 credits that are always really nice to see in each of the games. Matt and Taz and Sulo and Chi. Obviously, they get to appear in the game as well. But let's jump in and see if we can make some things happen. I will confess, I was a little worried about the way I handled the game last time. The big worry that I've had here is... how do I put it? So when I can, I like to take some notes about the different types of crafting, because of course those begin to sort of expand out the types of things that I can accomplish. They'll help me get past some of the remaining challenges that exist inside of the game. And I'm also trying to remember if I'd locked myself into a particular path. I seem to remember that I just wound up playing the game more and more on Friday, so I should think a little bit about my next few steps. But I always, in terms of the stream, I have a little bit of a tension in the sense that I would like, if I can, to make progress, and I know that the starts of the streams have been taking longer, and then also, for a very large part of the last stream, it was me sort of testing out a few different recipes, and I don't mind doing that, because like I said, those are the things that can sometimes crack open maybe not puzzles for me, but they can give me an idea of capabilities that I had that I didn't quite realize. So for instance, if you had asked me what are the ways that you can get to scale, I would have said, well, you know, I take a fear, you know, I read, I think Exorcism for Girls is one that would give us that. And that's, you know, sufficient. But it turns out that we can get the Savage Hymn from, I don't think it was Drums and, or no, I think it was Drums and Dance actually, the Nectar one. But on top of that, there is a 10 nectar recipe, and I believe the 10 nectar recipe is something that we are capable of achieving, which means, of course, that there's probably a way for me to get a higher level of scale. Now, I don't know if that's relevant to my current needs, so it's Rose and Winter, it is Grail and Nectar, it is Edge and Knock. Yeah, so we don't have any scale challenges at the moment. Hi, long-time YouTube watcher here. Hey, thank you very much, Bionic Beans. I love it when people mention the YouTube channel. I'm glad that you got a chance to catch the broadcast. I'm starting later than I normally do, but that's because, one, it was a very, very difficult day today, and I was feeling really worn out by the end of it, but it was mostly getting locked out of my apartment that made me decide that it was probably time to just take a beat and refresh. But I am delighted to have well, sometimes familiar faces, sometimes new faces, but one way or another, I don't just appreciate you stopping by and saying hello, because I never expect people to interact. But I actually really like the fact that people do specifically mention the YouTube channel, because I always sort of thought that there was a little bit of a split between church and state on that one, and I'm learning that my understanding of how people find the YouTube videos, like how useful they find them or where they find them, I actually have a pretty bad understanding of how people engage with it. So it's helpful for me. It says, I came in on getting locked out of your apartment. Yep. Nothing too major. Like, I mean, if there's something crazy that the landlord's done, I mean, I'll deal with it, you know, then. But yeah, I basically have a contactless, it's like a key fob. I use that to get into the apartment building. You know, it's it wasn't working, and it would have been within somewhere within 24 hours, I suppose. And, you know, sometimes technology breaks. Sometimes you get removed from a list or something like that. There's any number of reasons why that could have gone wrong. But obviously, if you're coming home after work and that happens, that's not the favorite moment. So no worries. This is one perk, is if people like relaxing out of this, it's nice to serve that function. So I'm glad that you're getting that out of this. I never watch YouTube to relax, but I just do other things. So okay, so there's a few things that I wanted to do. If memory serves, we've actually gone through any books that we have a realistic chance of reading, which is a wonderful milestone to hit, but it does mean that I need to get on top of other tasks. So just maybe as a recap for myself, these should be the Deep Mandaic books, which I can't read. This is Ramsund. I think these are not Crack Track. VAC, right. And then we've got a few of the others. So Sabazine, we've got currently one in Kernwick Hennebeck. These are the Crack Track texts. These are particularly interesting to me just because of their... I believe these are particularly powerful books for me to read. But again, the language is kind of a hard limit in terms of what I can do. You know, I can't just get clever or lucky in terms of the aspects that I need to be able to achieve them. Your cats are eminently relaxed in front of the screen. You were expecting to use that desk? Oh, sorry. You were expecting to work on that desk. But yes, so I think as far as the trying to make something happen with books angle goes, we've gone through this a number of times, and essentially it's all rows until we get to the forge. There's like 2 forge ones which are a little too difficult for us. But we basically go from 10 to 14 rows. Our current rows capabilities are 3, if I recall correctly, Path and Pilgrim. And then we did try and take a look at some of our forge. I think it's Disciplines of the Hammer that will help us out. And the challenge here is just to try and get 9 more forge. We would essentially need some kind of a special tool to be able to make that happen. Alternatively, if we could find a sufficiently powerful ink, that would work as well. But as far as things that I can be doing with my elements of the soul and my skills and such, the Road to Janus and Old Copper-Nose and the Softer Metal, these are ones that I can, I can try and get rid of the curses off of. Now, I don't know if there are skills that are specifically dedicated to get rid of things like the Fifth Eye Curse or the Synthic Taint, but both of these are curse texts, and one of them requires 7 knock, the other requires 7 heart. So if I can, this is just a nice thing to do off to the side. It lets me, have my full collection of books. These 2 I've already read. This one I can't read because it's in VAC. It's also, very strong knock. We might be able to try it out with something like Edict's Liminal, but 6 isn't that much when you've got 18. Where do you get the remaining 12 knock is the big question you ask off of a text like that. So these are more just sort of nice to haves. If I can, sort of combining everything together is just a nice touch. I am interested in watching The Open Head again because I think that's going to give us a lead on another important book. But again, it's one of these things where if I have other tasks, I want to try and work through those, and then if I am forced to, I can make another high-level knock drink. But I would like, if I can, to just take advantage of fog when it comes up, or alternatively find a sufficiently powerful knock memory. And then I suppose I might want to sit down and think about how I'm going to be able to bring people up to the relevant level on some of these other challenges. So I know I've done that before, but I think that's probably where I wind up. I think actually that's where I left off the playthrough, which was we were going to be jumping between, trying to get special guests at the Sweet Bones that were relevant to these challenges. And then when we couldn't find them, to try and experiment a little bit more with what our capabilities with skills were. So with that in mind, I'm actually going to do something I don't normally do, and I'm going to write a little bit of a checklist for myself, just to give myself a... again, if I've had a sleepy day and one where I'm liable to be forgetful, I don't think it would hurt for me to work out the kinds of challenges that I need. And I like the notes that I've written here, but I have a feeling that I I haven't left enough breadcrumbs to make sense of all of it. So if you just bear with me a second here, I'm gonna just gonna erase a few things on here. Yeah, so I put a note here about what my capabilities are with Forge and Rose. I think it's pretty clear what I was thinking when I wrote that. Got a note here about the curses. Did I write the notes while overtaken with fascination? Sometimes. These ones were more, you know, they were relevant in the moment, but I don't think they quite helped me in terms of getting a proper measure of my current situation. So let's think about the different skills that I can get. So we'll start with Winter. So if we get the Poet, that's for Winter. We give them Whist for 2. We give them Preparation H for Winter. And I believe I have a memory that's worth 5 Winter now. Your brain is so fried that you probably would be able to play the most complex games these days without Obsidian checklists, LibreOffice calc spreadsheets, and paper notebooks. So I've got a paper notebook here, and I also have a tablet that I sort of jot down less permanent notes for. But I am maintaining a spreadsheet. And it's actually a spreadsheet that I've kept since the beta, so it almost certainly has things that have changed in it, but yeah, it's Solomon's Preparation, Solomon Husher, also known as Husher's Preparation or Preparation Husher, abbreviated to Preparation H. How you doing, Digi Inferno? Now, this is something that interests me, but because I think you came to the channel from Book of Hours. A lot of people have been mentioning Obsidian lately. Now, I haven't actually tried it yet, but it looks very much like the kind of app that I was looking for. In fact, I couldn't find an app like that, so I was going to try and write like a really janky version of something to take notes in ways that I wanted, because there was something that somebody recommended to me called The Brain, and it really didn't do what I wanted it to. So it feels like Obsidian's just kind of come out of nowhere and everybody's talking about it. And I don't know if this is just because it's Book of Hours and people find it very helpful for Book of Hours notes, which it really does seem to be good for, or if this is just sort of a new thing and I'm just out of the loop. So you've been using it for a couple of years? Okay, cool. So how did you find out about it, if you don't mind me asking? Because like this is absolutely a case of a program that I looked at and said, God, I wish I knew about this a few years before. Twitter, okay, cool. So I'm just following the wrong people on Twitter. Okay, so there's a point behind my speculations here, but I had to ask the question. Okay, so yes, we do have a 5 Winter memory. So this should mean that the Winter challenges are a piece of cake at this point. So 9, 11, 15, yeah. So in fact, we could even use Mr. Kill to open up the crystallized chamber. So that's a pretty easy default value for us to work with. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I'm going to make a note of that. Twitter's the official app of the birdsong? God, I hope not. Actually, I guess Twitter's fine. Now, this is good. We can talk about the merits of Twitter, and we can direct all of our ire towards the other app, the everything app. Okay. The red forbidding. Now, this is an interesting one for me. So let's say we'll start with Grail. So that's the none, if I recall correctly. Now, Ruby, no, actually, sorry, it's the calcite would also work for that. But let's not go to scale. So I guess my table stakes here for a Grail memory would be I'll edge no point. Yeah, so the table stakes would be 2 Grail, but let's see if we can find a memory. This is one of the reasons why I want to do this this exercise. There was actually a broadcaster who I've rather enjoyed watching, and it was very interesting. They outright asked, it feels impossible, and they were at basically the topic of the fact that I haven't committed elements of the soul to the Tree of Wisdoms, with the exception of glass blowing and vessel crafting. Basically, the fact that I hadn't committed anything, and I think they were kind of around this area of the house, and they sort of said, it feels impossible to advance. I don't see how you could get any further than that. And this was a chance for me to sort of say, well, I think this is one of the drawbacks of the people who really want to encourage me to commit more elements of the soul. You've committed a lot for elements of the soul, and yet you feel like these rooms are impossible. And it's because in the end, elements of the soul don't necessarily get you that much. You actually need to bring a number of other factors to bear. And but what was really interesting was we sort of went Socratic method with it. So essentially I just asked some questions like, could you give me some specific examples of rooms that are too difficult? So they said, yeah, sure, and they give an example. And you give it a few minutes, and they say, "Oh, actually, if it's a stormy day, then I guess I could do this and this one, and then I would be able to open that." It's like, okay, but maybe that one's not a good example. And through that process, they actually were able to open every single room that they had previously said was impossible. And the thing is that obviously, you can run into trouble doing examples like this. The purpose of this is not to say, ha ha ha, look at this idiot streamer who wasn't able to figure it out. It's more, you can have solutions hiding in plain sight, but because it's such a large game and because there's so many things to do in it, your focus may be somewhere else. And in fact, this is not, I didn't necessarily go in thinking that this would be the lesson that I learned, but one of the advantages of sort of imposing a constraint like this is that I have learned a lot more about the other interactions in the game, specifically because I've denied myself the elements of the soul. And the initial reason for wanting to do it this way was just because in the beta I'd often taken advantage of elements of the soul. Not always, but I certainly had some times when I was committing things a little bit more often than I have, well, clearly more than this time around. But there have been some playthroughs where I've committed more than the other ones, and I just wanted to try something different, and in the end it's wound up helping me a lot in terms of how I tackle some of the rooms, but maybe some of the drawbacks have been that I haven't been doing the kinds of crafting that I would maybe want to. So there's just so many different workstations in here, and ones that are dedicated to special activities. So not the dispensary, sorry, I was thinking the barber's chair. So I suspect that there is something significant about the barber's chair which I haven't quite figured out yet. I don't think this is just a random place for me to I don't think this is just a random place for me to go and get a virtual haircut. But whether or not I figured it out, or whether or not there's something that I need to do a little bit more before I can deliver on that. And the same goes, like a good example of something that I'm sort of aware that this is a significant item, but I haven't really engaged with in the game. The marks, like they're all over the place, and some of them are quite powerful, right? So we've got Moon, and we've got Rose, we've got a year tally, 6 winter, and these, have the mark aspect of fragile, unstable, stable trace, and we have these altars, so we can put a mark down for devotion. And again, it may be that I can make something that's above and beyond what my usual my usual crafting would be. But in the end, because I only have so many elements of the soul, and it makes experimentation relatively more costly in terms of number of things that I want to do during a day. These are the time, it's something that I've engaged with a bit less. And so in a future playthrough, maybe I might get a little more aggressive with elements of the soul. I might get, I might try other ways of experimenting with parts that I've sort of underutilized this time around. But it's a nice little way of giving yourself a path through the game on your own terms. So, with that in mind, what I'm doing here is I'm doing something similar to that conversation with the streamer that I had, which is I'm sort of going through my skills now, and I want to find any of the memories. My spreadsheet is not that great for Grail, if I'm honest. But what I want to see here is, do I have something that will grant me a higher level Grail? Because I think I'm actually coming up short. So for instance, I can make a 2 Grail drink. What I'm really interested in is a Grail memory. In fact, one thing I can do to make it easier for myself is to sort my scholar recipes, because I almost certainly would not have a Grail memory that... Yeah, so Name Day Riddle is a good example of something that would help here. So 3 Moth, 2 Knock. The Ascended Harmony is 2 Lantern, 4 Sky. I haven't tried the winning move yet. I'm going to make a guess that that's probably 3 Edge and maybe something else. But yeah, when it comes to Grail memories, I don't have anything more than 2 with my current setup. Okay. Well, that's fine. We work with what we've been... Yeah, but I actually like that approach a lot more. I know there's been a community spreadsheet running around, and I guess the thing for me is that because I know I can look at the files of the game if I wanted to know what all the recipes were, I don't really feel the need to use a community resource for that. Although if people are finding it, if they're able to engage with the game a little more meaningfully, so much the better for them. But I always feel it's a bit of a shame not to have this thing that you've put all your effort into yourself, and just have this nice, this is a game which is really good at generating little artifacts that you can look at and have sort of some fond memories of. And I really feel like there's something really nice which you don't always recognize in the moment, but after you're done with it, you're like, you know what, I'm going to save that. I'm going to put that in the keeper folder. So, how you doing, Charles Olmsted? Been a good week or two since you played. You're busy with university, but you like to tune in when you can. You have much more discipline than I do in terms of focusing on your studies and not sacrificing them in the name of games. But I hope you're being rewarded for your discipline. And I'm delighted to allow you to enjoy the game by proxy. So, Yeah, yeah, that's a good way of doing it. I've got one for skills, one for tomes, one for characters, and one for considerables. And I'd certainly like, in retrospect, I would much prefer to sort of have it set up a little bit more like a database, like the JSON files has it. But but the thing is, like, I'm consulting this thing in the context of a stream. I'm adding them in a stream. So essentially, I put just little notes at the start. I say, add whatever item for the scholar level recipes, and then just a couple of notes as to whether or not it's a memory or not. But being able to sort it, by what type of output the recipes are, and so on and so forth, and maybe not distinguishing between, like, I'd probably, if I could rewrite it, I'd probably focus a little bit more on things like outcomes. But you pick a structure at the start, and if you want to adjust that structure, that's usually hell on earth. So. Okay. I've been waffling a little bit because I am noticing the limit of my grail. Actually, I probably didn't appreciate how little grail I actually have. So the challenge, just as a reminder for myself, was 14. So if all breaks my way and we use one of the powerful grail drinks, we can get up to 10, 12, so I need to find another 2. Now, this would be a case where the Arab would help us. But let's say I were to get really stubborn about elements of the soul. Is there a grail food item? Scrumpy. Nope, Scrumpy's a drink. Nope, the jam. Yeah, blackberry jam. But that brings me up to 14. But then again, I think that was the challenge, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Okay. We'll do a similar exercise for nectar, although that may change depending on the result of another crafting recipe. I wanted to double check that we do have a nectar character. I believe we do, and I think that's the musician, because we looked at that before. So for nectar, now this one's a little bit harder because we only have the health, which just gives us the 1. Oh yes, sorry, I've also got the tool, which I forgot for. So I actually only need one grail for the food if it comes down to that. Okay, so mortar and pestle, or bowls. The beta are you talking about the beta version, or are you talking about the do they call it the beta version? I guess they do in Steam. Yeah, sorry, when I'm talking about the beta, usually when I talk about the beta, I'm talking about the pre-release, but I guess the beta now would be the updates for crafting and things like that. Or are those in until the bugs come and everything highlights and never stop? Yeah, I think for Phantom Brigade, I decided to go to the experimental branch, and I resisted doing that for such a long time because I'm really worried about like showing a game in a bad light. So if I'm picking something that shows more bugs, it makes me worry that people are going to walk away with a negative impression of the game, and I kind of need to move away from that way of thinking, just because it's not like the experimental branch is purely misery. Like, the reason this is stuff that is considered good enough that it's going to be going into the game. But it's a weird one. It's just one that I still kind of run into every once in a while. But So we do have a 6 nectar drink. I'd be pretty reluctant to use that until I can find the recipe for it. I guess that's also true for the Grail, but I have a feeling that if I add Ruby Rise Ruin to an appropriate Grail skill, I'll be able to get it. But with that in mind, it's not bad to figure these things out. What kind of... I know I've got a 1 nectar food. The question would be, do I have any higher nectar? I feel like there's a couple food items that would give me... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we've got 10, 11, 12, 14 Grail. Oh, I haven't even considered the memory. Right now my highest memory would be 2 nectar. Yeah, well that's just it. Like Weather Factory's 2 people plus contractors, and I know people were very, very angry when the UI to Cultist Simulator was updated, and I really felt that was a shame, because I can see why at the start that was difficult for people. I think the amount of hate that update got, in particular what it did to the reviews, I really feel like the level of hate that got went much further than the time that it was actually a problem. And overall, the number of things that enabled in the game never, in my opinion, I don't think ever really got recognized. So... again, I get it that people don't like it when UI stuff changes. It's one of the... I suspect, designing UIs is probably one of the lesser appreciated arts in gaming overall. I have to imagine, I don't really... Other than playing games, I don't really know that much about making them, but I do... Every once in a while, I used to get asked, how did you break into the film industry? And everybody has their own different answer in terms of how they got into it. There's no set path, because in the end, if there was, it's a coveted job, and everybody would follow that. The path would be competed away, basically. But if I had to answer that question for myself, and how would I become a game designer, and assuming that I didn't go out and make my own thing, which is probably the best way to go about it, but obviously that also implies a level of sort of business savvy and the capacity to be able to learn and develop something on my own, while also being able to maintain it for myself. But if I had to answer that question, and I fortunately don't need to, and probably people shouldn't take this as advice, because I have absolutely no standing on this question. But if I were to try and recreate a path that I had through film, I would actually probably try and get as many opportunities as I could for learning or designing game UIs. Because in the end, you need to understand the game well enough and the player well enough to be able to bring these two things together. And all of these things that we take for granted in terms of just things being intuitive and things acting, it's like when you pick up an iPad and you just know how to use it, even if you've never used an Apple product in your life. That stuff's not coincidental. You just need to use a not well-designed tablet to see how counterintuitive a lot of the actions can be. But yeah, in my opinion, that would be... I don't know if UI is considered to be a golden path to becoming a designer if you don't want to set out on your own. And obviously, if you want to do something, generally giving yourself experience and working hard at the discipline that you want to take on is the answer. If you want to get good at data analysis, don't just do the Titanic data set over and over again. That one's been done to death, and it's sometimes hard to see what is the added value you're bringing here, and what is you just sort of replicating somebody else's results, which can be helpful in its own way, particularly for learning how programs work. But in the end, you got to get your hands dirty with a data set that isn't perfectly clean and that doesn't have an obvious path in terms of in terms of all the different things to, you know, to do and try. And, you know, sometimes you need to get burned by making a bad assumption that isn't actually supported by the tools that you're using. And hopefully you do that in a context that's understanding and will allow you to, you know, to fail. Or at the very, maybe failure is a bit of a strong term, but, you know, it'll allow you to realize you've made that mistake before you've committed yourself to a path that's irreversible. But yeah, in any case, like in terms of stepping stones, if you wanted to work your way towards it, my first impression, just based on the set of skills that I imagine designers need and things that I think people don't like doing, you know, you only need to look at open source projects and see how terrible the UIs are, and is the fact that everybody's working for, well, most people are working for free and they, you know, want to work on the stuff they're interested in. I have a feeling that that's probably an area in which there is a gap between need and sort of the supply. Yeah, and I mean, again, like it's the other thing is that first of all, obviously I think very favorably of these developers in the first place, but second of all, I have had the experience of playing Cultist Simulator when it was a prototype, so I've got a lot of things that are, you know, there's a lot of experiences that I've had with these games that count as much more painful than anything I've seen in any of the shipped versions of their games. So, you know, I don't want to be insensitive to people's needs or requests, but like some people really do need to get over themselves. Actually, icon art's a really good example as well. I'm almost done, by the way, in terms of working out my my list of things. So let's go for edge first, because I have a pretty clear idea of what I'm doing with a knock. So we start with 4 edge. Now, let's assume that I can find a 3-edge memory. 1 for a tool. So that gives me 7 to start with. Yeah. So I suppose the first question would be, do I have a higher level? I've always been under the impression that I have a high level edge drink, but I don't actually think that's true. I think that's just something I sort of fooled myself into thinking that I had. Scaptodon Fang can't be. Yeah, that's remains. I know I have a fairly powerful edge ink, but that's not going to... I actually don't think there's any character that I can apply that to. Yeah, so I don't know where I got the idea that there's like a 6-edge drink for me, but... that is definitely not the case. Okay, so seems to me like I need to prepare myself for a world in which I only have 2 edge for a drink. But I have the 2 from the honey, which I wasn't expecting. Okay, so we've got 4 edge to start with, 3 from a memory. Again, I'm assuming that the winning move is at least 3 edge. I guess I could also say hail as well. So 4 edge, 7, 8, 10, 12, and the trapped cell needed 13. Okay. So because I don't have Arab or metal, I can't use an element of the soul to boost that. Looks like I've exhausted my options, actually, so let's just see what character... I think it's probably the fugitive would be edge. Right, okay. So I'm going to put a question mark by that one. And the sagging dock is my nemesis. That's one that I don't think I actually have a path for yet. I was hoping for Moon over Rose, but I'm desperate enough that I'll consider both. Okay, so the first... Oh, hang on. Let's do knock first. So that one's fairly easy because we've got the memory. And if I'm really stuck, I can throw a 6 drink at it. Then I've got Shapt for 2. Okay, so let's say if I went for 5, 10, 12... Okay, actually this is interesting. So if I had somebody with 4 knock, so I give them the memory to bring them up to 9, then I hit them with the Shapt for 11. It feels such a shame that I would need to use such a big item. So my outside option would be this tea. Feels a little, yeah, it does feel a little funny that I don't have a better intermediate step. Anyways, it's a moot point. We've got all the knock that we need. We just need to find the right combo. So back to Moon. So we start with 4 Moon. Now I do want to just take a quick look at my memories and see if I've got something that'll give me an edge there, because I seem to remember there was a fairly powerful Moon memory. Nope. Okay, so best I can do is 2 for that right now. Now this makes it a little more difficult because I do actually have a fairly powerful Moon object, but that's a pigment. So is it the painter that gives me the... It's the nun. Interesting. So yeah, I think I'm actually coming up short in Moonland. So now the Pilchards will give me actually the mushrooms as well, but I think we've eaten all the mushrooms. But yeah, the Pilchards will give me 2 for the food. Trist will give me 1 for the element of the soul. So where are we at here? So we're at 5, 7, 9. I believe I needed 14, so we need to find 5 more of these. Actually, I guess there's a 3 if we get a foggy day, but what we're banking on then is getting a nun on a foggy day. That's a pretty rare... Well, no, I guess what we do in that case is we throw every element of the soul that we have at the sweet bones. Okay, but let's say for the sake of argument we could pull this off. So 4, 6, 8, 9. Apparently, I only have one moon in terms of drinks, so I'm a little worried about that. But let's, as always, it helps to verify these things. So what this is, just to be kind of clear on this as well, I've done this investigation before in terms of, just kind of figuring out what my people can do. But the main purpose of this is, so number one, it's helpful just to get an idea in terms of what your capabilities are with your people. So that's useful on its own. Okay, so I've got one for the drink. The other really big advantage here, it makes me wonder how I got that other big moon challenge now that I think about it. But yeah, the thing that I'm really interested in here is when I see these big gaps in terms of memory and in terms of drinks, that's a big signal to me that I've been neglecting a particular branch of my studies. Oh, right, I've got one tool as well. And as a result, when I'm trying to pick among my elements of the soul tomorrow in terms of experimenting with various skills, I'm probably going to be trying to go down these Grail and Moon paths. In the case, Grail, Moon, and Nectar are three big ones, because it would be nice to be able to learn how to make the Sacrament Malachite, and I have a couple of ideas about what it might take to do that. The Sacrament Calcitite is also one that I'm interested in. Now that one, this one is Grail, not Heart. I did think it was a little weird, but I just accepted that this was a hard item, but it does turn out that was a mistake. So, but yeah, so this is another one that I think I have an idea about how to make, but I haven't actually made it yet. And that one's clearly going to be helpful in terms of opening a certain room. And what am I looking at here with the moon? So we've got 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I think we said we needed 14 out of that. Yep. So we can go up to 12, but I think we're still coming up short. So I either need a more powerful... Well, no, definitely I need a more powerful memory, full stop. But I need to find a way to bring more moon to the equation. Although I believe the nun may get use of candles, so if I can find a moon candle, which seems kind of contradictory now that I say that, but a lot of standard candlesticks. That's something I'll worry about a bit later, but something for me to think about. Okay, so the last one for this investigation is Rose. Rose is just a catastrophe all over, and this is just because I don't have anything for it. So this should also be pretty short. So start with 4 Rose. I think we can get 2 from a memory. One from a tool. Now, first of all, who gives us the rose again? The musician does. Okay. So I believe I have some jam that I was saving specifically for... Yeah, okay, so... But I don't think I have any rose... Oh! Ruby Wise Ruin? 2 seems like a big sacrifice. Actually, if memory serves, I have previously given up a Ruby-wise ruin in order to make some rose progress. Okay, so we've got Element of the Soul would be if I had Fet, which I currently don't, so we start with 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that one's even less likely than the moon. Okay, so the clearest path to me is just clearing out the trapped cell. I'll do that as soon as the trapped cell and the crystallized chamber. Following that, we'll maybe make a move on the red forbidding, and part of that's just because that gives me time to practice making the relevant beverage. And you just gave Mr. Kill Arab instead of Whist. You have wasted your money and your time. Mr. Mrs. It's one letter difference. It's easy to make those kinds of mistakes. And then some of the other things that I wanted to do kind of in between, I wanted to experiment with the higher level nectar music. I wanted to read the open head again to get a lead on the text. But yeah, I think my main focus is going to be on opening the rooms. So 1 hour in, we're actually ready to start playing the game. The good news is that all of these notes are going to be preserved between sessions to. I mean, we're kind of in the final push, right? We've more or less opened Nocturnal. Whenever I want, I can open up the flooded level, but it would be nice if I could figure out how to generate metal, or if it is possible to generate metal. And yeah, again, it's just one of these questions where it's a little bit like trying to fold in the elements of the soul. If I get well and truly stuck, I'm not above, just messing around with this stuff. But I don't quite feel the need to... I guess I just don't feel the need to push that hard. I think I'm going to try and make a little money, because it feels like a shame to let so much of the day run by. If I had a little bit more of the day, I probably would have poured a glass of water and drawn from the well again, but... It is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Alright, so the reason we do that is just it costs us 2, but we get 6 when we do help with letters, so I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So it's just a nice little way of me, making a bit more out of the day. I may do this a bit more regularly, so... if I want, I could get some Islewater pitchers in reserve, using them to refresh my various skills. So let's work out the skill that I wanted to develop. I believe that was drums and dances. Yeah, so we're going to try and put together 10 nectar to make the Savage Hymn go boom. So the question is, where do I find the 4 nectar for that? I guess I get 2... actually, that's a little trickier than it seems. All right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, and steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So it's actually not as easy to get the remaining nectar as I thought, because I do have to do it at an instrument. And if I think about the types of instruments that I can do it at, if I try to use the omen, that's a scale in nectar, so I would need some kind of a scale or a nectar instrument, neither of which, that's just not a thing. Alternatively, I would employ it at something like a desk, but the desk would require the Mazarine fife as a tool, and then I'm only able to use the one I'll give you an example of this. Natan's desk, I think, would be a good example of this. No, not Natan's desk. Nana's desk. So I would need to find, I would need to find something that's readable or blank. That doesn't really work either. So I'll think about that. Orphalabs established 1776. Sense Sign Sciences, dear librarian. We would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the Tripled Heart. Current at Kennebec, it's 4. So that would take up all my Spintria. I think I'm going to skip this one. I do rather value the option of picking up language. Okay, so I'm going to have a think. Oh, hang on. No, this is a little easier than I thought because we can use an omen in the hallowed drum. So if we took drums and dances, we could add health. So the omen goes in here. Now we would need a grail or a sky and nectar memory. But if I skip those two here, so basically I need a total of 3 so I can get my impulse. Yeah, actually this is straightforward. So I get an impulse and a impulse and an omen, and we're good to go. So we can start with that right away. Let's leave the I also want to experiment with some of the different items. Okay. So really Shapt is my only like free element now. But that's fine. Again, we're experimenting. So let's we'll start with Ambrose's desk. 1 for Wrapped in the King. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. I'll use a Faust with the Elopoli work. Traveling at Night Volume 1 gives me the impulse. We keep the health. Yeah, I don't need to think too hard about that. Okay, so that's the first of the tasks that I wanted to try. Now, I suppose the question here is, do I want to try something more ambitious in terms of leveling things up? So let's see if we can get Mr. Kill to help with the crystallized chamber. So with our winter calculation, we had assumed so it was 4 winter, 2 whist, 4 from preparation H, so 8, 10, 15. Yeah, so I give up a little bit more for it, but I have a guarantee. So speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Let's to it. So with that in mind, I will use the Tryst and the relevant memory. Is there a specific challenge that you're with your run? Yeah, I mean, okay. So I always feel bad. I always feel bad talking about this as a challenge because it's not like. It's not that I sat down and I said I would go this far. Like I will not commit anything to the Tree of Wisdoms, but I'm sure you'll notice that I don't have that many elements of the soul. And essentially it was because when I was playing the beta, I'd go for elements of the soul very quickly, but I felt that I was relying on them a little bit too much, potentially at the expense of. I mean, this is kind of this wasn't my reasoning at the time, but basically I wanted to try and see how far I could go without using elements of the soul. So I appreciate that you're asking the question rather than just telling me to commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms. I have in fact committed one thing to the Tree of Wisdoms, hoping that maybe that would demonstrate to people that I wasn't, or that I knew how the mechanic worked. But yeah, so in this case here, I've been I put it to you this way: I've been reluctant to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms because it's interesting to see how far I can get into Hush House without doing so. But to say that this is like a challenge run, I haven't even finished the game. But in this case here, it's really just seeing how far I can go before I commit something. And I've been pleasantly surprised in terms of how much is available. Although, as you can see, especially because I spent about an hour at the start kind of considering my moves, there is a cost to that, just in the sense of it's becoming more challenging to try and make it all work. But that's really the big that's the big restriction that I've put in. But again, to say that it's a challenge run would be overstating it, because I could, like, today I could say, you know what, I just want the Arab to make the Grail go up. So yeah, well, I mean, I probably wouldn't have used crafting nearly as much. I weirdly enough actually found, I know they've added some help in the Sweet Bones to let you know that you can get special hires. I actually originally found those when I was reporting a bug. So that was a pleasant surprise. But yeah, no, definitely, like, essentially what it is by imposing that restriction, it's just like trying to do, you know, if you do writing or any other kind of creative activity, generally if you are faced with a constraint, you tend to exercise muscles that maybe don't quite get the practice that they should. And so as a result, I've learned quite a bit more about crafting. I've learned a little bit more about how to sort of navigate through a few things. I even just noticed, like, some people, when they see, I can't remember if it was this run or if it was the Steam stream, but there was one where I wound up, I think it was like 2 or 3 maladies, like one after the other, and people were like, oh, that's like that, you know, you have to restart the run. And like, no, not really. Like, maladies can actually be helpful in their own way. So, you know, it wasn't something that really registered to me as a problem. And yet I know when I first played the game, I wasn't paying attention. When I first played the game, I had no idea. I think it was the Sky. It was the malady that required Sky to get past it. I was convinced it was impossible because I couldn't find a Sky drink. And then, you know, you spend some time, and then you kind of learn that you don't need to attack problems head on. You can sometimes sort of sideload the solutions. So Bionic Beats, how do you feel about the new principles? What are your thoughts on what they represent? Well, I mean, the game's pretty clear on what they represent, but I'm definitely of the opinion that, or not the opinion, but I definitely am careful to call them principles, because I remember, like, one of the first things I noticed about it, I was like, oh, that's cool. There's new. I actually think that there might even be a video of me saying this, but I was like, oh, cool. There's new principles. Oh, hang on. They don't call them principles, right? So for those who are wondering what we're talking about, there are when you click on these different aspects, there's basically sort of the, you know, if you're into Platonism, you can maybe think of these as like forms, or like basically there's this idea, these principles that are governing the world of the secret histories, and in this case here, Mr. Kill has a degree of the winter aspect, and in this case, winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. And then another example we could take from this, a saw should be a fairly easy, obvious one here. Saw, eternally useful, though not for most librarians most of the time. Edge, all conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. And so the first thing that I sort of noticed about the new aspects would be, we've got nectar, so the green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. We've got sky, which would be from, well, actually, the lunar globe will help here. Moon, secrets are soft. Night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. The nocturnal, the forgotten. Rose, the rose which encompasseth all, 9 directions to new horizons, exploration, enlightenment, hope. I definitely feel that Rose would have some connection with secret histories, but I I'm not entirely clear. Like, I don't know if this implies something or they made a change, but in any case, there was a, if there's a change, usually there would be some sort of explanation connected to that change. And then finally, in terms of Sky, which is one of my favorites of the new ones, we have, does it not say? I guess it doesn't. Windstorm Echo Song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think, matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. Now, the only time you see the word principle, it would be in the description for Sky, and in this case, it's referring to principles of flight, as opposed to Sky being a principle itself. So, with that in mind, there's to me, this is a very deliberate ambiguity in terms of what the status of these are. And to be honest, there's a lot of different... So generally, whenever I see new stuff that comes into the game like this, I let a bunch of different ideas roll around in my head, and it's actually sometimes difficult when streaming, because if you free associate like this, I think it's generally very helpful in terms of generating ideas. Not every idea is going to be a good one, but if you allow yourself to give voice to something, sometimes you will see the contradiction. You'll be like, okay, that can't be it. So I think I'd mistaken something as the velvet. And the problem is often when you free associate, you're going to have somebody in the chat sort of saying, no, that's wrong. And then it just kills the idea generation. So I regrettably don't do this as often as I would like. But one of the threads that I've sort of tried to pull with the new ones is I am somewhat curious whether or not they are associated with the arrival of the new king. Because that seems to be a fairly significant event. Now, we did learn a bit more about the new king going through Nocturnal, and it didn't necessarily have a direct connection with the arrival of what may or may not be principles. But with this in mind too, I wrote an article which did a network analysis of Cultist Simulator, and I thought it was very interesting that in the network analysis, the ambiguous status of secret histories as to whether or not they're a principle emerged. And I believe the author of the game has also been ambiguous on the status of secret histories as principles. So the game definitely likes to mess around with the definitions of things. And I mean, in the end, I know what they are. Like, I think I personally really like the addition of Sky, and I like the fact that there's music in the secret histories now, and not just Apollo and Marsyas, but like making music and using music as part of a ritual. I think these are really interesting ideas that I've entered into the game. So that alone sort of justifies music that justifies Sky in my mind. But there's a lot to sort of unpack if you want to go down the rabbit hole with that. I think it's probably different from the answer that you were looking for, but this is kind of my general feeling on them. They're a really neat little mystery to unwrap, and I think that they're probably something that is buried 2 or 3 layers deep, if it's referred to at all inside of the game. So I have a feeling that people will probably be will be debating about for a while. Yeah, it's that, and I was especially when I saw Porphyrite with its rose aspect, I had this feeling that it was closely attached with the secret histories. Well, the Aviform hours are definitely a thing. So like Simoges are, if you've heard of the Locksmith stream, like that live event, that is basically a place where you're picking up birdsong after after the Aviform hours have sort of congregated and swapped their stories and rumors. But yeah, no, it's just one of these. But I mean, on the other hand, too, right? Like I think the thing that is so interesting is that I like that this game has gone a bit more into sort of the bird and worm dichotomy. I like that there is. Seems to be a little bit more space. So, you know, the idea of the hours they've not always been the same. So, we've had hours that have died. So the 7 coiled, and the fact that the mother of ants and the colonel had a part in their undoing, and the wheel and the flint, the egg unhatching. Like these are ones that are, they're not around anymore. They're listed as hours, but they seem to be ones that possibly involve different principles. Although definitely, I think it was flint or wheel, or possibly flint and wheel. Seems to have a pretty heart side to it. But obviously there's a lot of change that can happen. And so there's the question, again, in terms of the new king, in terms of some of the different events going on inside of the game, is there, is this sort of what we're experiencing, the arrival of these new aspects, if they're principles or not? Certainly, especially given the fact that Sky is heavily associated with Thunder, well, sure, we can see that the Thunderskin would be participating in Sky in some form. But again, was it always the case? Has Sky broken off from Heart in some sort of way? Because if you think about it, Sky is also very Lantern-oriented. But yeah, again, lots of questions and mysteries to dwell into. I think one of my hopes is that when I go through, when I finish the playthrough, I kind of want to do another one of my own where I focus a lot more on just sort of picking up some breadcrumbs and making notes. Like, so I've got my handwritten notes, which are the things that are interesting me on the first playthrough. But I sort of feel like when I run through another one, I'm going to maybe do a bit more of a deep dive in terms of the lore. But the lore is something that I feel that I can also be getting, I can be getting more out of for, even from Cultist Simulator. So one useful example, and I still don't have the Lady Afterwards, which probably has some other details. So a really good example of this would be Alexandria. So Alexandria is just an amazing city and bit of history in its own right, but it's also quite important in the secret histories. So this is where the invisible Serapeum is. And, in history, this is a tremendous center of learning. Alexander, even though, it bears his name, had very little to do beyond founding it. He didn't exactly spend a whole lot of time there. And yet it was turned into this center of, of knowledge. And, just in terms of all of so many just cool things about, in terms of sort of the life of the mind throughout history happened in Alexandria. So, this is where you have figures like Plotinus teaching. You've got Ptolemy sort of kind of financing Euclid's works. Euclid, the author of The Elements, probably the most famous book of geometry. I think apparently The Elements was like second bestseller next to the Bible for a very large part of history. And of course the great line from Euclid when I'm sure this is apocryphal, but when Ptolemy asked him, that geometry was quite difficult. Was there an easier way to learn it? There is no royal road to geometry. Again, this wonderful idea that you have to do the work. If you want to understand mathematics, there is only one thing you can do, and that is you have to confront the propositions and make them make sense in your head. You can't buy, you can buy a better tutor, but in the end, you still have to do the work yourself. So, again, the Lady Afterwards, I don't know if it's all set in Alexandria or if you go to Alexandria, but obviously such a fascinating place on its own. And then in terms of secret histories, also a very important, you can't cut corners in trigonometry. A very important location in terms of the secret histories. And yet, one of the most famous examples from one of the famous examples of the alternative history in the game is Alexander's decision to turn around at Issus, because if I recall correctly, the Battle of Issus happened before Alexandria was founded. So if Alexander didn't engage in his conquests, then Alexandria can't be founded, and as a result, an incredibly significant location, one of the location presumably of one of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree, at the very least, that city does not exist in the way, we're familiar with it. There are some locations, as it says, that, have the same name and the same place. So I think Vienna is one of them, Treowen is one of them, and Alexandria may be as well, and it may just be that it has its origins in another place, or it's through another set of circumstances. But obviously that is a really, really big deviation. And so the idea of Alexander turning around on its own is a pretty significant event and one that's noteworthy. But the more you sit down and think about it, and specifically think about the locations that are important, this idea of Alexander turning around has an implication in terms of locations that matter as well. So anyways, you wonder if maybe there are eras of the principles because we know that there are proto-principles from some of those dead hours too. Flint was in it. Yeah, exactly. So essentially where I was trying to go with this was to say that, with the development of if these are to be considered principles full stop, is this related to the new king, and are we seeing an event comparable to the slaying of the Seven Coiled and so on? But again, this is one of these cases where I feel ill-equipped in terms of the lore to really be able to dive in and really say what's what. All I can really do is sort of hang some interesting ideas together. Okay, Hive's Lament. Rouse strange fruit ripe with both forge and nectar aspect to burst from the wood. Drums and dances with scholar level nectar plus an instrument creates Hive's Lament. I'm just going to add this to my list. Okay, that's the first thing on my list. Also, I was neglecting my whisk, so we are going to need to get this back at the Sweet Bones. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread soaking up the sun. The other thing I wanted to do, it's just kind of nice to have the persistent memories hanging around, so I figure with my Faust I can get another Earth sign. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Yeah, Hive's Lament was definitely an early one on my to-do list. Okay. Super kill. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. But yeah, so I've got a little bit of a checklist in terms of some of the skills. Again, I've been maintaining a spreadsheet, and one of the things that I'm trying to do here is, in order to unlock certain rooms, I'm going to be using up some valuable drinks. So the Sacrament Callicite, for example. And I have a feeling that I probably am going to be able to, I'm probably going to be able to do more with, yes, I hit him with the whist and then we're good. But yeah, I have a feeling that I can probably do more than I currently am in terms of making these materials. But again, it's just a question of, what do I want to spend my time on? If I have only so many elements of the soul, if I don't have an immediate need for the Grail drink, then I'm not going to spend the time pursuing it. And I'm sure you've noticed this, but the Keeper level recipes, the ones that require 15, they don't give you any hints directly inside the game. The Scholar level recipes will give you a bit of guidance in terms of what you want to pick up, or what you want to put in as an input. But when it comes to the keeper level ones, if you don't have it, it will not tell you what you need. You basically get those from reading books. Better now. Which is fine. It's another fun little mystery to follow through on, and I found a reasonable path for getting a best guess, and that's usually taking one of the, I'll call it one of the intermediate items. So for instance, we found out how to make Nillicant just by putting Solomon's Preparation in Inks of Containment, and now we have a very powerful ink, an Incastum Terminale. But not every skill has that combination. Some of them do expect something else. So there's only so far I can go with that. And of course, not all of my skills have the highest level, right? We've got a couple of level 9s kicking around, but I'm certainly not going to be getting to 15 edge with sharps. All right, we'll watch for what lies ahead. And once we're done banging the bongos, we'll see what the Hive's Lament provides. So we did a review of the different instruments and their aspects on last stream. You should try giving him Arab. It makes him super useful. Okay, so yeah, this is a song, and this is really good, actually. So we now have a memory that will give me 4 nectar. So I can't tell you why, but I get this feeling that I may want to use this with the Chrysalis. Again, I can't put my finger on it, so I'm not really going to pursue that, but this is just this is to me a good example of the sort of cases where it's like, okay, I have a hunch on this thing and I want to see where this goes. What is yeah. Something to consider. And again, it's one of these things that's fairly easy. Like if you try it and it doesn't turn out, nothing lost, right? But where would I get the remaining? I don't think I have any other nectar. Well, you know what? If we had a rainy day. No, because a rainy day is Grail and nectar, so we wouldn't be able to use that as an input. All right, well, that's something for me to think about another time. I've got another recipe, and that's sufficient. Yeah, well, the other thing is that I found with Cultist Simulator, like, the deeper I got into the game, the more those hunches, like, paid off. And I think that's kind of fun, where you can sort of feel that your thinking has sort of been shaped by the world and a better understanding of the world. So I always find that kind of neat. Oh, you know what? This is like an absolute Hail Mary, but I need something that'll take nectar. Oh, I don't think I have a... Oh, wait a minute. I still think I'm... Yeah, so the problem here is I'm not able to... bring a... Not able to bring an instrument in that, and I actually think that's what would be useful for the Hive's Lament, but we're going to... I am going to renew my heart. I'm a little worried I may run out of time to harvest something, but... I seem to remember it was Yeah, Trumpeter's Lily wound up being really helpful. Alright, my assistant and I will be prudent. So, Mr. Kill is up to his 13 Winter, which will now give us access to the crystallized chamber. My path is blocked by shining surfaces like curdled light. Dark shapes shift beneath. We can tap away the crystal if we're careful, but we must be careful. You wish that there was something that slapped you in the face with the Oriflamme's auctions. Yeah, for me, I spend too much on them. This was one rare case where I didn't pick up an Oriflamme's, and it's just because I'm down to four tally. And I don't know. I don't want to. If I can, I'd like to avoid losing a chance to learn a language. Like, could you imagine if I was in a situation where I could learn Mandaic or better still, Crack Track, and I didn't have the tally value? Like, that would just be a heartbreaker. So there's two things I want to do. Now, the main reason for me regenerating this health is that I've got Hive's Lament, so if I can do a little experimentation with it, so much the better. But the other thing I can do is I can either pick up some flowers, I can get another pitcher of water so that I have that in reserve. There's a few different things that I can do. But first things first, let's go to the dispensary and see if we can make some magic happen. I'm not expecting too much, but... yes, downgrade the Hive's Lament to a Savage Hymn. This is exactly what I want to do. Where are we? Yeah, so my suspicion here is that we would want all of this stuff at an instrument. And the drawback is that I don't think I'm going to be able to combine all the things that I need. Like, I would need to find something that would accept nectar. I think the workbench is a good example of this. Right, so it sort of feels like there should be a possibility here. But if I pick up the Hive's Lament, it's kind of already... Actually, the one thing I should check, there's the Hermitage, which I think I'm still stuck, yeah. Although I did get some new locations down here, so let's not rule this out quite yet. The Hearth doesn't help me. I don't have a way of throwing a... Yeah, the Mazarine Fife is useful for being able to move an instrument from place to place, but its reach is not unlimited. But what I am going to do is I'm going to take a minute here, and this is a chance for me to experiment with nectar skills and just make sure that I've kind of got everything. Surely there's a higher power nectar. Yeah, you know what? We'll throw that in. So again, the drums and dances I'm not that surprised about because I expect this to be music-oriented. If I were to combine... I think... insects and nectars I don't have a high expectation. Oh no, hang on. My apologies. That is a... Interesting. I have a hypothesis here about the rights of the roots, then. I should actually take a minute here and just make sure that I've got... all of these should already be squared away. But if I have any question marks by them, I want to get rid of them. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Um, so I think we already did herbs and infusions. This is mostly a test to see whether or not the song... Aha! This is... Oh. Oh. What? So apparently I can make a very, very powerful knock. I can make a very powerful knock recipe at a scholar level stone stories. Fascinating. So the Sacrament Essite was a keeper level one for... Even more astonishing, I haven't added stone stories to my inventory. All right. Well, now it's time that I get an education. So this might actually wind up being a pretty big deal for me, and I will follow up on this tomorrow. Might even try it today. But now I kind of want to see what the level 5 of this is. And before I go any further, let's see what orchids and narcotics will get me. Okay, so... Yeah, so we don't get any new information out of this, and we're one short... Well, okay. This is one of these times I actually want to see if I can find... Oh, you know what? The Paroist. Oh, man. Alright, we gotta redo all of these. I'm not expecting too much in terms of changes, but... just in case the old moment. So, one of the funny things about this is that I'm not actually... These aren't necessarily the recipes that I'm interested in. But I am learning a couple of things, so I wanted to try something... Ugal ink. Alright. I think I've already got that, though. Yeah, that's listed under my, I'm kind of curious what this does. Okay, so there is one more thing that I wanted to try with the nectar. And I got to be a little more thoughtful with how this works. So the open question for me right now is, how do I get more of this ever so useful sacrament malachite? And one thing you may notice is a lot of the different recipes result in lethe. Like that seems to be a pretty standard scholar level. The stone storage was a spreadsheet, so you have to chisel them. It's worth chiseling. There's some oh god, there's some things. There's a phrase that was talking about things that need to be. I can't remember what it was, but yeah. Anyways, lethe comes up quite a bit, and I think I was talking about how I can never find it. Yeah, here we go. So now that I've got the Hive's Lament. And I can actually, you know what? I can even add the Essential Parois just to boost the nectar. So what I want to see now is, am I capable of building the Sacrament Malachite out of the lethe? And again, there's not a whole lot of. Oh, all right. Well, we get to learn new things. I wasn't expecting this one, but I'm not going to say no. But yeah, this is me following that earlier hypothesis of if you build like the middle ground item, like the scholar level, if you use that as an input, at least for some of the relevant skills, you wind up with something powerful. Now again, I was looking to try and make the Sacrament Malachite, which I don't seem to be making. All right, so these don't get me 15. Yeah, I'm too short on the nectar for these things. So I suppose now this takes fuel, so if I add, I already have the 11, so really I can add any wood that I want here. Aha! So I'm curious about this, but I'm not gonna follow through. So we didn't get the thing that I was looking for, which was the Sacrament Malachite, at least from the items, the items that I have here, but I did still get something useful, and I may wind up. So originally I was going to use the health to make, to drop some water, but it does feel like if I can make a powerful nectar item, maybe I want to. Actually, yeah, I think it's actually not a bad time for me to try a. Well, no, hang on. There were two things that were useful. So the stone stories. Actually, I think I was gonna mess around with these. Yeah, so let's just find out what its basic nectar result is first. So Thyrsa's cordials. Now we'll move on to scale results. So Earth Sign's proving its versatility here. Or it would if Of course. All right, this is going to get a little interesting. Where do I get the extra scale that I need to... I don't remember if I can use the pilchards here. Oh, yep. Okay, cool. So this is a little, I don't know if this counts as a tip, but this is one thing I've learned to help. So sometimes when you level up a particular skill, there's going to be a dominant, there's going to be like a dominant aspect. So maybe you want to make something like a witching to sane, but it winds up making something different. And what I tend to find is if you try to make the scholar level recipe, but you don't have the required ingredient, for me, that's how I force those skills to do something else. It can be a pain because it means you wind up using more items to try and make something work. But it's how I've tried to resolve that for myself. But if I whisper it to an egg, so I suppose the question here is, do I have a 2-scale egg I can work with? I have a 1-scale egg. No point in pushing that one. I kind of have the knowledge that I need from Stone Stories. But as I said, I am actually very, very curious about this. About this result where apparently I can make a powerful knock ingredient without where'd you go? Stone Stories. Yeah, there's a couple eggs. The catch is that so we actually talked about this on Wednesday. I know you weren't here, but the tricky part about this is that there aren't any crafting stations that I've unlocked, at least, that actually take the egg aspect. They always take something else. Although these hang on, is there a different scale? Anyways, yeah, so there isn't anything that specifically takes eggs, for me at least. There's always something else. Okay, so I suppose if I have to, I'll put the essential Proist in. I just kind of wish that I had a little bit more. I don't know, I wish I had something else to... Well, Gideon Soaks might do the trick. Yeah. Mix-a-Knock Sacrament, that is... Man, I was not expecting that at all, but that is a huge gain for us because that's basically Reverend Timothy unlocking the trapped cell. I was thinking we had to wait for a foggy day for that. So this wound up being a surprisingly productive day for us. Alright, this is a beautiful room. I remember seeing this in the... oh man, that's interesting. I remember seeing this in the promotional material. Wow. The Rowanarium. Once there was a brother and sister who loved each other greatly. They resolved that they were one soul split into two bodies, and their greatest wish was to become one. They found the hidden isle where the twins, the sister and witch, had arrived when they crossed the great ocean, and a sacred pool on which the moon shone only once a year. There they spoke with the twins in dreams, and they learnt how they might become conjoined as one flesh and immortal. Now the brother's resolution failed her, and though he loved his sister, he could not choose to spend eternity joined in one flesh. The sister could not persuade him, and she would not abandon him or force him. So they used their arts to live long lives, close but separate, and they had made a double foundation of monks and nuns, as chaste as they had always been, but each nun had her brother twin, and none could enter alone. In time, the sister found her own immortality, and to this day she walks the world by moonlight. The brother died, and his bones are buried in the room beneath the well, but his children live on. There's a lot to unpack out of that. Rowena the Legion, protectress of the house, holds the mayor's key of Wormstone, which opens the door to nowhere. Now and then she has lent it unwisely, but only once has she lent it to Ys. Jesus! This game is... These rooms really, really ramp up the intensity of some of the stuff that they're talking about. Man, that is exactly the thing I thought it was. So yeah, that is a very, very I mean, I've spent a whole bunch of effort making Glassfinger toxin, which was apparently not necessary, but I'm happy to learn that wasn't necessary. So what's the challenge we're up against here? The sealed vault, a heavy marble door sealed with red wax, a triple lock chased with silver. 14 knock, 14 grail challenge, and I figure if we can handle 13 knock, we can handle 14 knock, right? So this alone, between that and the memory, we start with 11. What did I count out for knock? So... Oh, I only went up to 13. Interesting. Knock, memory, drink, shaft. Okay. I might have spoken too soon, actually. Oh no, 17. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Let me just count this out properly. So we've got 4 knock, 5 from the memory is 9. Drink makes it 14. Shaft makes it 16. And then if we use Reverend Timothy, it would be 14 instead. So it's really our choice, you know, do we try and go to this extreme end of the dawn period, or do we get the last of the cells? I mean, it does seem that there's books here, so I'm probably more inclined to using the trapped cell. So let's talk to Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Oh, that's right. We're the twice born. Okay, so it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to pursue another one of these Sacrament Essites. One drawback is these 2 rooms are not going to unlock anything new for me. So let me just take a second here. If Gideon Soaks got us what we needed last... Well, okay, Gideon Soaks got us what we need, but also with a high-level nectar recipe. My surgeries and exsanguinations. That is not the one I'm looking for. Pretty bad. I actually have a harder time making Gideon soaks than I thought I did. I'll still probably make it, but... Alright. The other option is I use Edict's Liminal. I gotta work this out properly, but I believe the trick was Edict's Liminal Shaft. And then I would combine that with the flower and the Glassfinger Toxin. No, I need a 3 knock memory. Good God. Yeah, so that's a fog only. Alright, well that's fine, because that gives us, that just means that I, excuse me. That just means that I use the... It's actually even more helpful that I've gotten the stone stories. I won't fuss myself with it too much because I'm not going to worry about that today anyway. Let's take our Whist to read the powerful book. And yeah, actually, let's take a journey to make Gideon soaks, because that's the most direct path to me unlocking another room. I don't need to wait for the weather then. Librarian's quarters. I keep losing it. There we go. Alright, a familiar passage. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So if I wanted to make Gideon soak, I need to give up a liquid, but I'll work that out in its own time. But the heart skills that are relevant would be Magaphine Mysteries or Quenchings and Quellings. I think Quenchings and Quellings is fairly high level now. Or Herbs and Infusions, Edicts Inviolable, and Surgeries and Exsanguinations. None of those seem to be higher than Quenches and Quellings. So I need to find 5 more heart and then 5 more heart and a liquid. So I think the Witching to Sane is the easy answer there. So technically that's just 4 more heart. So I suppose if I started with the dispensary and I did something like Quenchings and Quellings, a heart, a Witching to Sane, we skip the matter. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. So I'm going to use the Tryst in this case. So I'm going to use the Tryst for Apollo and Marsyas to get the heart. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Then we're going to use that with Drums and Dances, which is why the health is... Oh, actually, I'm going to be 1 short. Well, that's fine, because I can just regenerate an element of the soul. Cloudy Day. That not really relevant to my needs right now, but... Alright, Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So we'll give him a nice drop. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Now, this is the item that I sort of foolishly gave to Reverend Timothy, thinking that I'd be able to get more sort of elements, not elements and so on. I basically thought I was able to do more than I actually could. So this wound up wasted. Obviously a 6 knock beverage is the sort of thing that you don't want to carelessly give to someone, but I took leave of my senses and regretted it. Also, it occurred to me that I'm going to want to recover this Faust no matter what, because it can make me money. Down to the Grushians. Alright. So I think once I have the relevant memory, our goal was to get him up to 13. No, he's going to be 1 short. So we'll talk to him about Shap instead. Education or Beguilement boosts Knock and Forge. But yeah, so the goal right now, if I can, I want to make Gideon soaks, and that'll be a preparation for another drink. If I... Well, that I'm making no matter what, so we'll start on that right away, actually. So again, I needed the high-level heart, and I can get that... So the way I like thinking about the drums now is that drums are sort of a pocket storm for me at this point. So if we throw a soul, a drums and dances, and a memory storm, that gives us 10, and so we can do the Thunderskin's Paean, which gives us 4 heart to work with. Now that might get a little complicated when I try to make the soaks. I do actually need to use that memory right away, but it's not that hard for us to, to recover elements of the soul either from a glass of water or from visiting the Sweet Bones. The reason why I regenerated this Faust is that if I have nothing else to do with the Faust, I can get more than the cost of my lunch in terms of helping with the letters. And it's not like I really need the money. I've got 3 1-pound notes that are not being used. But it's it's nice to have the reserve. Particularly because I am going to be trying to hire some people reasonably soon. Alright, my assistant and I fall easily into conversation. Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memory, but will boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. And this is kind of the evidence that we don't need to wait for a traveler. We can, in fact, open the sealed vault no matter what. And again, it feels so weird not to be playing around with this stuff. But this is also true of the, there's just so many different places where I'd like to engage a little bit more than I have so far, and I'm really just waiting. Hey, Buster. I'm really just waiting for the right opportunity. You think that's scary sounding? This is going to be my new bedroom. So let me think about how I'm going to handle the rest of the day, because I do have the option of renewing the whist. You know what? I think the time has come for me to watch this movie again. I'm sorry to laugh. That sounds horrible, but that was a good joke. Alright, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So this one I'm reading specifically for a hint that it was giving me about a book. So, Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. I do like that one. The one that I was delighted to find out... let me see if I can make this work. I was so happy to find out how the sunglasses fit on that one. All right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. Now, if I wanted, I could sort of farm Reverend Timothy from memories, but I don't think I'm going to worry about that now. I think we will open up the last of the cells. A sign outside the cell reads, "Warning, do not enter while safety measures are armed." So in 30 seconds, we will have our mini storm. Oh, Bionic Beans, thank you very much for gifting the sub. And Wagger's 101st of... I'll wait for the art to finish opening. Wagger's 101st of your name. I don't recall the name in chat, which probably means that it's one of the delightful lurkers that keeps me, I don't know, keeps me in an audience. So I hope that you get I hope you get your money's worth out of the sorry, I hope that you get your money's worth out of it. Although I guess that means you don't get any value out of it. I'm a terrible salesman. Yes, I hope I don't run that many ads, but I hope that at the very least it's a easier viewing experience. Yeah, Olaf was really nice with the gifts. So I appreciate that a lot, especially because I think Twitch is doing like a drive. I think it was like September or something like that, where they do a discount on it. So it's nice to. I mean, obviously, I like it when people pay it forward because it's helps me offset the internet cost and stuff like that. Not that I wouldn't have internet, just I boost up the internet for the upload rate. Canada doesn't exactly have like banks and telecom companies are the ones that basically all Canadians hate because there's only a few of them and they abuse the market position. But yeah, I mean, I can't complain about it, and I really do appreciate it when people pay it forward because obviously I put this stuff out for free. The streams on YouTube, like, yes, I do ads now, but it's like one batch at the front, one batch at the end, and they're like 3 to 5 hour videos, so it's not like I have a large viewership, and it's not like I'm really aggressively pushing those for the revenues. So it is really nice when people offset that, just because I know they very rightly have the option of watching completely for free, and I'm fine with that. But it is nice that there's this little core of people who've helped support the channel, just because it does make things a little easier on me. Hey, Yvette. I feel like you've spoken up before, though. Yeah. There's a couple of chat. I don't watch a lot of Twitch or YouTube, but there's a couple of people. Just because I do have a fairly geographically diverse set of friends, so it's one of the ways I can sort of check in with some friends who are on the other side of the world. And I've got, when you have a certain type of work, like if I was working at Starbucks, I'd never be able to do that, or like on a film set, but I have more of an office job now, so it's a little easier for me to. It's a little bit easier for me to, check in, and as long as I get my work done, it doesn't. You can sort of time shift where your concentration goes. Forgot about YouTube ads. You paid for premium. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, it's ads are irritating. I debated so it turns out. I had the option for ads a lot longer than I've been running ads. But I eventually, I actually first of all found out that there's a couple of other perks that you get when you put in that premium one. So I should have done that a lot sooner. I apologize. I might have to step away for a minute to get my pen. I seem to have misplaced it. And this is definitely something I want to put in something I definitely want to put in ink. But yeah, no, like I like so. First of all, Twitch doesn't pay enough for it. Number two, I really don't like the idea of the automatically running ads every half hour. Because the thing is, it's like, what if we're in the middle of a very good conversation and all of a sudden Twitch is like, oh, time to sell you stuff now. It breaks the flow. And I kind of figure, I understand that you need to pay for the servers and stuff like that, but maybe Twitch has gotten really, really aggressive in its advertising lately, so I don't like participating in that. Just generally, if I get up and like get a water or if I know I'm going to be away from the keys for a couple of minutes, that's just a nice way to disable the pre-roll ads, and I'm assuming people kind of get up and do their own stuff away. The YouTube stuff's a little bit harder because it does wind up being an interruption, but again, if you do it at the start, do it at the end. Most of the stuff that I do, it's part of an ongoing Cult of Simulator series. Like, people kind of know what they're signing on to. If it's something that's maybe ambiguous, like, so if I'm announcing like a Steam stream or something like that, I don't do the ads. And I figured that was the reasonable enough line. But I really don't like the idea of breaking up the content with ads, except for, times when I know I'm not going to be at the screen. So. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. But I know a couple of people who do it. But like, just my style is, you've seen, I'm all over the place in terms of my topics. I can never keep on time for anything. So for me, I just it actually would be better for me if I took more regular breaks, but I'm bad at that too. Anyways, Eva, what I was supposed to do was thank you for being one of those lurkers, because I also see the little star by your name. But yeah, I do. This is the kind of information I want to be writing down in my own Encastum terminale. So I will. Your cats will force you to take breaks. Fair enough. So I'm going to go up, and it's not a bad time. It's been 2 hours, so I'm actually going to take a little bit of a stretch and get a tea. So I expect you to watch all of the ads. There will be a quiz on what's selling you. No, it shouldn't be more than a couple of minutes, but I am going to run the ads to disable the pre-rolls, and I highly encourage you to get up, get a glass of water, stretch your legs, do whatever you can to not look at those images, and we will be back to uncover some more of the secrets of Hush House momentarily. See you all in a little bit. All right, thank you everybody for your patience. I got myself some more tea while I was at it, and man, that stretch made me feel so much better. All right. Thank you, Digi Inferno. Let's see where we're at. So, again, this is the open head, Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. A hammer-armed Turk and a sword-armed Greek pursue each other through the Pindus, setting traps for each other, robbing peasants, chalking insulting graffiti on walls. The tone is notionally anti-war, but any scholar of the invisible arts would recognize the edge hour subtext and the Hyksos messages in the graffiti. So this on its own, beyond the, what I think are fairly clear references to the Lionsmith and Hammer Time. The Lionsmith and I referred to the Lionsmith, right? The Lionsmith and the Colonel. So let me just. I did just call the Colonel Hammer Time. The sword wielder methodically fills a church with candles. This is the part that's relevant to the book. Lights each one, strips again to the waist to reveal his terrible scars. His chest somehow swings open like a cupboard door to reveal a blood-drenched book. And the film ends. Okay. So I'm taking the lit candles as the chancel. Well, the Colonel, the distinguishing feature of the Colonel is more his scars, but it does indicate here, right, the hammer-armed Turk and the sword-armed Greek, and the Lionsmith is definitely has a very commonly referred to. I mean, the easy one here is just to say disciplines of the hammer to purify and combine the selves and the essences with. Well, actually, I guess this doesn't really indicate the. I guess it doesn't really indicate much in terms of the fact that it's the Lionsmith, but this is almost certainly a reference to the Lionsmith, whereas disciplines of the scar would be a reference to the Colonel. So yeah, the Lionsmith absolutely is an edge hour, but is I think largely defined through his hammer. Maybe not defined through his hammer, but that's a big signal. Okay, I'm actually going to write down the specific quote, because when we tried this with Disciplines of the Scar, it didn't seem to do the trick. All right. I guess I have a little Faust left over. Not that I think the Faust is the relevant aspect here, but... So, the Shrine to the Chancel, we do not name these hours, but we acknowledge that together they are the Chancel, the Cruciate, and the Road. So, the first thing I was thinking that, you add the Disciplines of the Scar, we'll add... Oh, that's right. Well, maybe that's the problem. That I'm supposed to be adding... I'm supposed to be adding candles, then I don't have an element of the soul to... Yeah, so like I keep winding up with these Dear Day lens items. Now, I guess where the discipline of the scar comes from is, you know, this is what came out of that book. It's a reference to the the colonel, you know, lighting a bunch of candles and like this seems to be about as close as I'm gonna get to the description. I suppose the one exception here would be the oubliette. Well, okay, you know what? This isn't a church. Like I really don't think this is it, but for completeness. Are you kidding me? A treasure of the house. Name the scars in iron and night to unveil a treasure of the house. What if I put disciplines of the house? Oh, man. I am a big Colonel fan, though, so. All right. Does the description change? Align the surfaces of fire and air to unveil a treasure of the house. Yeah, no. Name the scars of iron and night to unveil a treasure of the house. All right, I wasn't expecting this, but I'll take it. Better now. So I want to run with my right. I think I kept the whist in reserve just so I could get the money back, but I am really curious what's coming out of the oubliette. Here, the vessel shaped by fire and fate, George Collars can find a flame in human flesh, blazing shadow of a blazing furnace, a name of greed and time. Green calls it the sun's bastard grandchild. Van Loren warned of the second dawn's first spark, but Collars spoke of it reverently as the leashed flame's true heir. So yeah, I suspect there's still something about the chancel that I haven't figured out here, but this is a nice discovery. Alright, the long cell. The few long at Brandkrug were kept in cells triple buttressed with silver and steel and sanctioned spells. The Bureau knew their weaknesses, but never relied upon them. This cell last housed 2 immortals, an edge-long dyad. This would have required not only ferocious and eternal vigilance, but also frequent replacement of shattered furniture. I actually love the idea. Okay, number one, it's actually kind of awesome that these all seem to be padded. So cudgels, Digu and Seitrog, very old iron cudgels, recently and heavily padded. Oops. Get back there. Oh no. Waster's Darling Deer and Father Turk, wooden swords of recent manufacture, never used. And Captain Torg and Mistress Deerday, souvenirs from the east, heavily padded. So yeah, I love the idea of a couple like of an edge dyad being locked in the same chamber, but only given padded weapons. Right, a bunk bed constructed for 2 immortals who could neither be together nor apart. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in. And make this your bed, or place a matching visitor card and encourage them to stay a little longer. Got 2 books to catalog, and yeah, we are going to be on our way to opening this up, but I do think tomorrow... Actually, you know what? This is a good use for my whist to catalog these books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. It's going to get a little dicey making Gideon soaks, but I think we should be okay. Now I have an idea of the book's nature and of its contents. Okay, Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole. That is definitely a readable book for us. We may want to be a little careful of Numa, but I'm also not expecting too much in terms of a challenge. We don't have an element of the soul. If I get another one other than the heart, I'll use that to catalog. Well, would I really want to spend the tuppence to catalog? Probably better to spend the tuppence to make more. Better now. Here, impossibly preserved, enfolded in the scars inflicted by the former prisoner's energies. The sun's design, a scorched slab of black corundum, minutely scratched on every side with intricate ideographs. This book houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. Unfortunately, too many crack track. Hello, Matrix Disc. I'm doing all right. Very sleepy, but otherwise surviving. Okay, let's make those soaks. Oh, I didn't even need to use the health for that. Alright, fair enough. Brew a healing heart soaks. Quenchings and quellings with a scholar level heart plus liquid creates Gideon soaks. I guess I could use water in this case. Yeah, you know what? That's better than the using up a Tisane. Pour out. Poured out. Technically, the Tisanes are renewable as well, but I don't need to stand on ceremony. See, I'm a little worried that we may not quite have enough time, but 7 a.m. here, couldn't fall asleep the whole night and some. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, the broadcast is dry enough that it'll give you a good rest. That is an enormous cup of tea. Yeah, it's fairly clear we're not going to be able to make the drink that we want today. Did you solve the bus puzzle? I haven't gone too far down this, so I feel like I've seen I have a feeling I probably should know where I can put Fraser and Serena, but I haven't been spending that much time on it, to be completely honest. Better now. Okay, so this one we're just going to use for money. Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. But yeah, so this is probably not really... This is something that I've kind of neglected just in favor of doing other stuff. But I also don't think we have all of the... I don't think we actually have all of the busts yet. So I suspect Christopher Alopoli should be one of them. So I know we shouldn't expect anything in the 13th librarian. We'll, I don't know, I'll take the living relic and put myself in the 13th librarian. I wouldn't be surprised if Alopoli wound up being the 10th librarian. Fraser Strathcoyne would need... Well, actually, hang on. Maybe Alopoli wasn't a librarian here, because where would he fit in the overall scheme of things? Strathcoyne's probably closer to the 10th. Don't have any guesses here in terms of the 6th, 5th, or 4th. But in terms of like people who I knew were librarians, we've got Fraser Strathcoyne, We've got Serena Blackwood. Now, if Sister Abbot Jeffrey, Abbot Thomas, or Saint Melisant are librarians, that's just going to raise all sorts of other questions, because I figure that these are figures from the Abbey period when they didn't go through. Yeah, no, I definitely don't want. I mean, again, like I'm only ever going to have one chance. I actually sent an email. One of the first things that I sent an email on, or not like for like one of the first emails I sent had like a parenthetical to say it's like, once I realized that there were the niches in the Grand Descent, it's actually one of the ones that I'm most curious to see where it goes. And, you know, as it happens, there's just lots of other things for me to do. So, you know, I pick it up when I feel like following it. But, yeah, I mean, this is kind of a treat that I've been waiting for, as, you know, pretty much for the entire playable lifetime of the game. Please just don't tease at the end. Like, I don't need people to announce that they're not spoiling things for me. It will not enhance the experience for me to know that there's something cool at the end of it. Like, it's totally fine. Like, I have to stress this enough for everyone, right? Like, I cannot stress enough that it is okay not to know things, and it is okay to just anticipate. And I don't know if people realize how unhelpful it can be in some cases to try and like boost the anticipation. It is much more for, and I'm not trying to suggest here, Matrix, that this is exactly what you've done, but like, I am already invested in solving this, and I can think of more times when I've had something be diminished by people trying to, you know, like, I think to a certain extent some people are just trying to like let you know that they've already solved it, in which case, okay, great, you know, I'm happy for you. But and again, I'm not trying to suggest that's what it was, but I think in some of those cases that might be some of the motivation that I've run into in the past, and other times it might just be people who kind of, the intentions are good in the sense that they want the enjoyment to be even more, but I've never ever found that to be the case. I've actually often found that if anything, it is detracted from the experience. So just to be as clear as I can with everyone, right? I am happy for the game to work its magic on me, and I don't think Weather Factory needs to deputize additional people to make the game better for me. I think if you're playing a game about about sort of being alone in a library with lots of different things to explore, a lot of that experience is going to be finding things out on your own and then seeking out help when you want it. And I promise you all, when I want help, I will ask for it. But just because, and I really want to be clear here, Magic, I'm absolutely not intending to put you on blast here. I'm sorry that, you know, something that you said like triggered it, but I'm really getting to some very dangerous places in terms of just the comments that are coming on YouTube and some of the stuff that's been happening in Discord and not Discord, in Twitch. And fortunately, some of the stuff on Twitch has sort of been receding. And I think probably this is just because there are fewer people watching. But just because, particularly the last couple of videos, I've actually had some extended periods of talking about how difficult some of the comments have been to deal with. I'm really trying to be as clear as I can in terms of what's going on. So like, again, I hope you appreciate that this is not specifically about you. This is just an opportunity for me to say, like, just to be clear, everyone, this is, you know, this isn't on. And I know people like to share and like to sort of show that they're in the know and stuff like that. And I'm sorry if that diminishes the experience for people. But the only thing that I can say here is that I'm only ever going to get one chance to, you know, to find new things in this game. And I've specifically chosen to make every minute that I've played of this game broadcasted in some way. and there's a risk that I take on by doing that. So it's at a point where I need to be as clear as I can with people. So. But yeah, no, and that's fine. Like just to be clear, Matrix, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying right now is so it doesn't get to that point. It's not that, you know, I feel like I'm not gonna enjoy the Grand Descent anymore. It's just that, you know, obvious, like the thing it like I got some of the most frustrating comment. Again, I don't want to make a big thing of the comments. This will be the only thing I say on the comments. But some of the most frustrating ones that I have to deal with are people who say, like, it starts off with a sentence saying, well, you found this book and you could have solved it with this book, so I'm just going to tell you now. And that's okay by your rules. And I'm like, I haven't posted rules. And I'm actually not okay with that. The good news is that those comments have always been things that I've already known. But the difficulty that I have is that the conversations that are among some of the most frustrating to deal with are that these are people who fully acknowledge you don't like it when people do this thing, but I feel that I'm an exception, and I'm going to tell you that I'm an exception, and now, you know, here's what's what. And like, I genuinely do not know how to deal with people like that. Because they know, right? Like there's no, if somebody comes in, you know, if somebody's comes in and you're talking about a movie and they're like, oh, the one where such and such happens, and it like winds up being a big plot event, like that sucks because some people really do want to be surprised by that. But nobody should be like you shouldn't yell at someone over that. That's just kind of careless, and you know, especially if it's an old movie, like, you know, like Casablanca. If you don't know how Casablanca ends, it ends with a hill of beans. But like, you know, it's one of the most lampooned endings, you know, of any given movie. So like, it's hard not to know how that movie ends. But you could kind of consider the decision of who Rick ends up with is, you know, that is something of a mystery. You know, that could be something that someone would say, oh, I haven't seen it, you know, spoiler alert, and so on and so forth. I never want it to be like something that it gets in the way of like a discussion along those lines. But I mean, again, like if somebody's been really clear, it's like, oh, you know, I've been waiting to see Casablanca. I've never seen it before. You know, I'd love to see it. And then someone goes out of the way. It's like, oh, you're gonna love it when, you know, that scene happens. Like at that point, somebody's been really clear in terms of their intentions, and at that point, someone's just being, you know, unkind. So, yeah, actually, Matrix, if you're interested, and again, this is a nice way to move on to the other subject. But again, I just wanted to be really clear in terms of where that's coming from. I'm dealing with a context which is different from what you're handling, but it is nice to be able to put down these flags, because generally it can be like one, you know, no raindrop ever thinks it's responsible for the flood, and all of a sudden it's not my playthrough anymore. And yeah, I agree, Bit 101. I talked a little bit about the size of the streamers and that, but I don't know if you've checked out the Secret Histories wiki, but that is one that the community's put together specifically related to the lore of the Secret Histories. I don't know if they've been updating it for Book of Hours stuff yet, but if you're into the Hours and you don't want to take the time to sort of piece things together, and that's, again, totally fine. The other thing is I don't want the pendulum to go the other way, which is to sort of imply that I think the only true way of experiencing this game is to be a hermit and not to engage with other people. Like, you know, even inside of the context of the game, you have scholars that are sort of comparing and, you know, getting people to write commissions and do all of these other things. It just happens to be that for me, I should see if I can get that interview posted, actually, because let me just take a second here and see if it's still on the GOG channel. No, it's not. Okay. I should see. I'll email Weather Factory just to make sure that they're okay with it. But yeah, for those of you that don't know, I got a chance to interview. The founders, the two permanent members of Weather Factory, Alexis and Lottie. And one of the things that I like really resonated with me in terms of one of the answers that Alexis gave, it was on using these large language models, like these AI tools that have been developed recently. And like there's always a risk that you run when you introduce this topic of conversation with people. Like my intention was not to imply that any of the writing for Book of Hours was, came from an LLM. But I know that he had tweeted that because like ChatGPT had just recently come out, and he was doing some of the work with the JSON files, and he mentioned that he was testing it out to see if it would, would be able to help it out. And where I wanted to go with that question, if it did wind up being something that was useful for Book of Hours, was I thought that would be an interesting example about how you can have a small team that winds up doing a lot more as a result of these tools. And obviously people don't necessarily associate it with those kinds of tasks, but it's actually a very helpful one. But as it turns out, it actually, I think he ran into the same problem everybody else does, is they're very impressive when you start, and then you actually sort of dig a little bit deeper, you actually start using it for certain things, and you see the limitations of the technology. But yeah, no, so the Secret Histories wiki is specifically dedicated to the lore of Cultist Simulator. So if you're into like the hours and all of the different event, like who the Carapace Cross are and things like that, there's a wiki for that, and I think it's one that you'll probably be very interested in. It may even enhance your enjoyment of some of the existing text, because it will, you may learn something you didn't know, and that will prompt a different train of thought. I don't know how well they source everything, so it could, as with any wiki, right? You always want to do your own work to make sure that it harmonizes with your thoughts. But yeah, if you've not checked it out, I think knowing what I know you're interested in, I think you are going to like that one a lot. But yeah, anyway, sorry. I should just upload the interview, and you should all should see it. But there was something that he mentioned about it. I hope he didn't feel like he needed to sort of like establish his writer credentials or that, because I mean, surely, if anybody's unquestioned in terms of the talent, it would be him. But he did mention a little bit of the idea. Why he wouldn't use a tool like that for writing, and he talked a bit about how if he's trying to write a certain sentence, and a tool like that, gives him the sentence that he's looking for, or like write a particular thing, get out of a certain problem, solving it himself gives, he then gets the opportunity to solve. He develops the skill to solve that particular thing. Whereas if we rely on the tool solves it for us. We don't necessarily develop that ability. And again, it depends on what you want to get out of something, right? There are lots of situations where you don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? So like when I'm doing some kind of data analysis, it's not like I sit down and I rederive every estimator that I use. It's not, like basically it's not like I code up every estimator again. I incidentally think that's a wonderful way that you can learn more about the tools that you use. Like if you use scikit-learn, that's a big machine learning library in Python. Like if you haven't taken the time to even do something like, implement ordinary least squares, you can learn a little bit more about like NumPy, and you can learn a bit about the methods that you're using, because it's not that hard to do. But you go through that process of sort of understanding how your estimator works, and that might inspire something in you to sort of go and maybe try that for some of the more complicated ones, or the ones where maybe your understanding can be a bit shaky. But sometimes you just need to get a result, and that's fine too. So again, there's lots of very good work that's getting done by adopting the tools that make things easier to do. But of course, the big challenge, there's sometimes a little bit of fun to play around with some stuff. So like when I did my first econometrics course, I love just jumping into stat. There's two things that I love doing about stata, which is number one, I love just jumping in and like banging together just all sorts of random stuff together to see what would come out. And like obviously if I tried to follow, like you don't, like econometrics is not just putting random variables in and seeing which ones are significant. Like that's a great way to wind up with terrible papers. But sometimes it's just fun to play around. But the other thing I love doing was going through the menus and like, oh, I don't know what that is, and then you go to the manual. The manual's quite well written. And then like learning a bit about why you would use a particular method over another one. But one of the challenges is, and I run into this at work a lot, is that there's a lot of people who, like, all that they know about econometrics is the ability to write those commands in, and so they wouldn't necessarily know. They're not inexpensive metrics. But like in this case, to some people, the heart and soul of econometrics is writing reg yx comma r into stata, and pointing at the thing that has a p-value of less than 0.05. And let's say that they were just interested in the sign of a particular estimate. If you were to ask them, well, why did you do the comma r then, if all that you're interested in is the sign of this particular item, they wouldn't necessarily be able to answer that. And basically the idea here is, for those of you that know a thing or two about these statistics, if you violate the homoscedasticity assumption, it doesn't change the sign of your estimate. So you're not going to see like a positive go to a negative. In fact, you're not going to see any change in the value at all. What homoscedasticity does is it imposes an assumption on your errors. So if that assumption's violated, chances are your errors are going to be too small, which means that you are likely saying something is significant when it isn't. But again, if all you care about is the sign, you technically don't need to do that correction. And again, it's not that you've done something bad, because the computer just does it, right? But I think being able to understand why certain steps are necessary or not, being the type of person that bothers to learn that distinction, means that when you actually do run into a problem that doesn't have an easy solution, or that is kind of fraught in terms of potential paths that you can go down, being able to understand that stuff and think about it in a straightforward way, that can mean the difference between actually getting a right result or not one, because they're not all as easy as that. So by using black box tool to solve an issue and only care about the input to output mapping, you can deny yourself the lessons coming from the understanding of the process. At least for me, and I know how an ADHD brain works. I reuse and relate my understanding of processes across domains, and then when I'm asked, how did you come up with this, it's exhausting to explain the process. Yeah, I mean, and again, like I don't want to, as with anything, like I think this is just an internet thing. Like when you make a claim, or when you express a preference, the immediate reaction in some quarters will be, well, why do you hate the thing that's not the thing you're saying good things about, right? Or, people will tend to treat, isolated statements or hyperbolic statements as, like, at least in the case of hyperbole, you can maybe make the claim that, okay, there was a misunderstanding. but like generally people, will like beat you up for not making a generalizable truth. But like the number of generalizable truths are actually relatively small, and you can still have productive conversations when you talk about narrow things. But again, like I just think like people like correcting people on the internet is a large part of this, and so it can be hard, right? Like, so again, I don't want people who would be very interested to go and do data analysis to sit down and rederive the Gauss-Markov theorem like 6 times. Because that's the heart and soul of econometrics. No, it's not. It's just it's one of many things that you can do to gain a better understanding of the tools that you're using. Excuse me. But I think doing that work is helpful, for the same reason that, the writer of this game, even if there were a reliable fiction writing tool that could solve some of the difficult challenges of writing this game, because the value of the process is doing the writing, it would be hard to imagine, unless he has a big change of heart, it would be hard to imagine him using that. And that was an answer that, as I think it was Bit mentioned. Or no, sorry, it was Bionic Beans. I sort of think that it's there are certain domains of things that it is really, really valuable, and I mean sometimes it's just fun, right? There are some cases where there's a lot of value that comes from wrestling with it on your own, even if it's the quote unquote harder way. Sometimes there's some value in taking the long road. So, but it's funny because it's one that I find more and more. It's one that I have to defend, like particularly in the space of gaming. And I do. The one more generalizable thing that I would say on this, and again, like I think people, especially for games, right? Like we play these things for enjoyment, so I don't think people should be like trying to find that general rule, but I do sort of think that our tendency to like check out wikis or like have an immediate answer, I do sometimes feel like we're losing something with that. Like again, I don't want to be like, oh, gaming ain't what it used to be. Like I think those kinds of conversations are tedious. But yeah, I do sometimes feel like we maybe deny ourselves a chance to learn a little bit about our thought process by having easy access to solutions. Yeah. Unintentional Teresa Galmier reference. Okay. I didn't really figure out what I wanted to do for today other than make the knock drink. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll prep Reverend Timothy. I don't know if I'm going to... I don't know if I'm going to be able to use him the way that I want, but let's give it a shot. I think I have enough time to read the Locksmith's Dream. So Light Through the Keyhole, almost at in the final rooms of Hush House, I finally find the first volume of the Locksmith's Dream. The first volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. So that one we add Faust and Auroral Contemplations. We really need the 11 lantern to make this work. I'd throw the mirror scope as well, but I'd cry if I wound up needing it. So I could master this mystery. Enough lantern to match mystery lantern. I guess I can catalog the other book that I found. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I could have added the sun to the reading. Oh, I didn't even pick up Reverend Timothy. I'll use the shop then. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. I think we'll just have a chat with him. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. We'll definitely level up the... or restore the shaft, because we're going to need to boost him off of that. By the way, when you said at the beginning of the whole series, this is a regret minimization approach playthrough. Wasn't quite careful enough with what skills you committed on the tree. Yeah, so, like, again, I feel a little bad when people ask if I'm doing a challenge or something like that, because it's not... Like, I didn't come on this... I didn't come onto this approach by accident. But it's not like I went out of my way to say, you know, thou shalt not read any, you know, shall not commit any skill ever. Like, clearly I have just gone nuts with the not committing skills thing. No Royal Road to Geometry by Bionic Bins. Nice. Yeah, I don't know, like, again, the one thing I've always felt bad about, like, especially when I point out the difference in terms of, and I mean, it's also for the treasures of the house and such, it's just, like, the treasures of the house are kind of nice for people to find out on their own, so I don't want to, in fact, I guess the one thing I would double check, is it in fact the case that, I guess I wouldn't be able to find out here, but have I denied myself the opportunity to, yeah, so it looks like I mean, it might be a bit different, but I'm going to guess that I'm not going to be able to get the Disciplines of the Hammer one. But yeah, anyway, it's just one of these things where I always feel a bit bad when I point out some of the things that can happen in the Tree of Wisdoms if you read the text carefully, and people say, "Oh, I should reset the playthrough," and it's like, well, I never want people to feel like they need to reset, because this game is, it feels like at every point this game has been designed so that people should not feel like they have to reset or that they've gotten permanently stuck or something like that. Like, I feel like this game has taken quite a bit of care to make sure that people don't have to do that. And I think in the end, like, when I kind of talk about the things that we're, you know, potentially losing, like, to me, there's I guess there's something lost if you allow yourself to believe that there's a perfect Book of Hours playthrough, because the game at the very start, like, the reason you get Trist once you commit your journal is it says, you know, there are choices and so there are always regrets, and that, I feel, should be setting a tone for the fact that you are going to be making decisions, and these decisions are going to have permanent consequences. And you may sometimes feel bad about them, but again, it's not the same as meaning that you did it wrong. But I mean, again, I'm not completely desensitized to, you know, to people's wishes. Like, I do understand that sometimes you wish you knew something before you did it, and that you don't want to do a full playthrough again to correct it. And so, you know, you reset instead. It's just, I sometimes think that there's a bit more fun than people realize in trying to work your way out of something that you put yourself into. So you need to trust watching you do this madness makes you feel better than your current robot. I'm actually really, really glad to hear that, Bionic Beans, because again, there's over 100 endings in the game. As far as I'm concerned, like, you take the Weather Factory has said that they don't feel that the game is very replayable, and I think I know why they say that. Like, if you don't like the idea of opening like the first few rooms again, then yeah, it's going to be kind of tedious to get the endings. But if you like that stuff, if you just want to set aside some time and just wallow in Book of Hours, there's over 100 endings. Like, there's so much to do, and if you wound up in a space like, I don't know, it seems like there are some fairly permanent choices that I've made in terms of getting the sun disfigured, the sun's design, and Serpent Root. Maybe these aren't the texts that I'm most interested in. I think I've revealed through some of the choices that I've made, I have some fairly strong opinions of what I think is right and appropriate in terms of the paths that the secret histories can go. And I don't necessarily know if those are aligned with the third choice that I would potentially want. I'm going in without full knowledge. But if I wind up with an ending that feels a little bit different from where I would have wanted to go, well, that's fine, because now I just, now I've got my next goal for Book of Hours. I want to try and achieve this victory that I, through the choices I made, I sort of denied myself. I mean, I guess I am kind of conscious that a lot of this comes from my temperament too, because I've not exactly talked about my whole career curve, but if a bit of it has kind of been revealed just through the chats, right? Like, worked in film for a bit and then transitioned to economics. Now that is not a very natural progression. It makes a bunch of sense to me. And I think I probably acted in school in a different way, having had the experiences in film, and in fact probably studied certain things that led me to economics, based on the things that I was reading during my time in film. I don't regret it, but like that's obviously very different from the sort of 10,000 hours, if you haven't become a violin prodigy at 6, you might as well give up on your dreams of being a member of a symphony orchestra. Like, that's, first of all, what a shame, right? What a tremendous amount of pressure to put on someone who's discovering what they're about. But it's also just not true. Like, there's so many things. There's so many things from your experiences that you can put towards what you find out you love. And this idea that you need to shut everything down because things didn't quite go your way. I think in the end it winds up creating sort of this homogeneity in terms of the works that people produce that I don't know. I sort of feel like we miss out. It's very hard to identify the things that don't get made, right? Like, we don't know what stories didn't get written because someone, felt that, if you haven't written a novel by 35 or something, I don't know, like 35, so remote in the future, it's, to pick whatever date you want, right? Or 10,000 hours or whatever. Like any of these things, how many interesting experiences have we missed out on because people have believed these very silly ideas about what the quote-unquote rules are. Because I would imagine, if anything, if you're somebody who likes Book of Hours, probably this is an indication that not only is there room for weird stuff. I mean, this is another thing from the interview. Like, I was kind of upfront with Weather Factory saying, it's like, when you look at your games on paper, these shouldn't work. Like, these should be things that like vanish without a trace and nobody ever plays. But But man, they really seem to be popular. I think I probably stated it a little more elegantly than that, but it's true, right? Like if you were to say on paper, right? For those of you that came to this game from Cultist Simulator, so this is a game that you learn by playing, and you don't have a tutorial, and it has this really well worked out world, but it never comes out and says anything straightforwardly. You kind of need to parse it out yourself. And oh, by the way, it's a roguelike, like this permadeath. And in fact, a lot of the ways that you wind up dying are not obviously ways that you wind up dying until it's too late. And this is going to be a #1 seller on Steam, and have 4 DLCs and inspire a loyal enough following to do a follow-up game, which takes a very similar system, but it's about an occult library. You're 35 heading towards 36, so you take... Yeah. I know whenever I pick a number, it's always gonna... It's always like I'm not big enough for this, but it's like it's always gonna be there's one person who is exactly that age, and they're like, oh my god, my life's over. So... I actually think one of the things, there's this belief, I try not to read too much startup stuff, but I know like there was I think it was somebody at Y Combinator or something like that says like, oh, young people are just smarter, if you haven't made your startup by 20 or something like that, you're done. And I mean, like a lot of the people I know some people I TA'd in computer science, like they have startups. They're going to conferences. They are quite impressive people, like they definitely fit that model. But I mean, I do look at business statistics quite a bit, and certainly most entrepreneurs don't seem to be particularly young people, and it would make sense, right? You need to acquire some capital, or you need to, be able to convince people that you're going to actually use the money that they invest in you well. Or, again, you need to figure out what you're about and what you're good at. There's lots of like the like Silicon Valley hotshot story. I get that it's a good story. Like, you'll make articles, but I mean, that's why we get like Elizabeth Holmes and stuff like this. I maybe think it would be probably better to question whether or not age is the relevant variable, other than how it correlates with other factors that might be, linked to success. But Digi Inferno's 55, no longer has dreams, but that might just be an effect of the environment she lives in. Oh, that's a shame. The Secret Histories games are all about dreams, so maybe if you just cut a lock of hair before bed. But yeah, I don't know. Like there's all sorts of passions and just things to be like. I mean, I'm kind of lucky in the fact that I have a broad set of interests. So like generally, like in university, I actually didn't take all of the subjects I found most interesting in economics because I wanted to make sure that there was a certain percentage of my schedule that was spent on subjects that sounded intolerably dull. So like I took a course on price index theory. So like it's not just like inflation. So like lots of people have opinions about inflation now, right? But this was specifically a class on the methods through which you derive price indices, right? So if any of you've heard of like a Pash or a L'Espers or a Fisher index or Tornquist or Dutot or any of these Jevons, I like Jevons. But like this is like. This is the stuff that makes economists go bored. And I was like, the reason I wanted to take that, first of all, was an absolutely amazing professor that had it. This guy named Erwin Dewart, who like, you're never going to see him in an article on like anything, but just there's a book by Paul Samuelson. I think it's called like Foundations of Economic Analysis, like a super important book in the development of modern economics. And like Erwin, like he's in the preface of that book. Like he is a guy who has made some very, very important contributions in terms of the sorts of measures that we rely on quite heavily. And thank you. I'm sorry I missed the name. Thank you for the follow. I was too busy pontificating, but we'll be back to gameplay fairly soon. But yeah, it's just, like this sort of stuff. I wanted to make sure that I studied a few of those classes because in the end, that sort of thing is going to be very hard for me to be motivated and pick up a textbook for. Whereas, like political economy, or although I did do a political economy course, so that's not good. But like the sexy subjects are, those are going to be things where it's a little bit easier to pick up a textbook and sort of work through it on your own. So picking some of the courses by prof can sometimes be helpful. But I mean, again, like it turns out I actually found that index course utterly fascinating. Like I have a favorite mean now, a favorite Pythagorean mean, the geometric mean, the meanest of the means. So I'm wired that way, and it's a wonderful way to be because like it's kind of like if you're happy every time you go to the movie, like if you love Barbie and you love Oppenheimer and you love the Fast and the Furious, every time you go to the movies you're going to be happy. And if you're somebody who really only likes super arty movies, like you're only going to watch like Upstream Color and The Seventh Seal and Winterlight. Well, I don't know why I'm focusing so much on Bergman, but that's fine too. You found the thing that you love, but you definitely don't want to go to the movies if it's like Ant-Man. I don't think so. I actually think political economy is a really interesting subject. The guy I studied under was from Italy, and I noticed there's a lot of Italian political economists, and I think probably it's because it's a bunch of people trying to figure out what happened in Italy with Berlusconi. Although I will be clear, like political economy, like Marshall's stuff, the really old stuff used to be called political economy. So in the case of what I'm talking about, it would specifically be the economic study of political systems. And this can go everything from like trying to do a studying of lobbying to like the ideal constitution. It's a very big and interesting subject, but like there's some big figures like Darren Acemoglu who's done some interesting stuff in that. So preferences vary among the Grail, among others, have taught us that. Yeah, I'm gonna guess probably political economy in Romania at that time would probably be very different from its modern practice. So I could definitely see where that comes from. But yeah, anyways, all I wanted to, I didn't mean to like provoke existential crises amongst my viewers. I'll talk about all those bands I like listening to on the oldies station, like Nine Inch Nails and Nirvana. But and that what is it, the John Wick science fiction movie about like how we're all in a computer simulation. But the good. But yeah, no, it's just, I definitely wanted to, the main thing I sort of wanted to focus on, right, is that we like sharing a lot of these sort of like victory stories, right? And again, I didn't really care that much for Outliers, and I was really happy to read Range when someone recommended it to me, because it did feel like the antidote to sort of the 10,000 hours thinking. Which, by the way, like there is some basis for that study. It just happens to be it is a much more narrow set of skills that's appropriate for. And I don't think anybody bothered to read the original article. I think everybody just kind of took what Malcolm Gladwell wrote about and just kind of didn't really think about it, which is a problem because you do need to think about the thing. Like, just because somebody tells a story in an interesting way doesn't mean it's true, right? I mean, this is Plato was complaining about that, so this is not even a new complaint, but yeah, no, it's just I do think the one shame about this is, and I don't know why I'm really focusing on the 10,000 hours thing on this, but it's a good enough example. It's just like, if if the only path to success was the traditional path that you'll see, right? You love games growing up and you go to game college and you're top of your class and you get an internship at Insomniac and then you move up through the ranks and then you get your title. You will never get a Book of Hours out of that. And there are a lot of people who will look at Book of Hours and just simply say it is not a good game. They're not even necessarily wrong, because I think people struggle to come up with a good definition for what a good game is, full stop. I didn't care that much for Rust, but Rust is a spectacularly successful game, right? I don't feel bad about saying that about Rust, because they're going to be fine without my endorsement. So it would be very hard for me to sit down and say that Rust is a bad game, although I can't see a situation in which I would ever try playing it again. But yeah, I think we have enough common understanding that Book of Hours is a very enjoyable game, and that the world is better off for having it. And it is this game largely exists because of a willingness to embrace non-traditional games and weirdness in a way that has allowed these developers to make a living producing this sort of stuff, and let alone make a sequel. So I'm so happy to hear that, Digiinferno. All right, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So again, we're trying to prime Reverend Timothy for another room. Whether or not we make the sacrament quickly enough is a whole other question, but education or beguilement. After the shapt part of the stream, I've got my shapt with Reverend Timothy. So I may need to spend the minute to restore the heart. Ooh, how much time do I have on the 32 seconds? Yeah, it's not worth it to restore it. Sorry, somebody was saying something about the 10,000-hour study, similar to a lot of others, got devoured and then regurgitated by pop. Yeah, I actually don't feel so bad. Saying I didn't like Outliers that much. I know a lot of people like it, and if that book makes you happy, don't make you unhappy by saying that I don't care for it. But didn't do much for me, and I feel that it promoted some rather unhelpful beliefs, which didn't have as much grounding in the material that it offered. That is correct. Reverend Timothy is about as talkative as I am, which is one of the reasons I love him, so he does take 15 seconds longer than every other hireling. Well, that's not true. We've not yet seen every book, so I'd be curious to see if we wind up with something dark mystery something. I feel like Gladwell would pop up. And sorry, Captain Porty said, I think to use good in an objective sense could only be done by the creator. All others' opinions are inherently subjective. Yeah. Well, even then, it's... I notice I always get in trouble whenever I try and talk in these terms. I do have, in some cases, what I find useful is to bound the conversation in into a specific context. So I don't know, if anybody's taken a logic class, and how when you're doing a certain type of logic, you define the universal set, and it's basically to avoid the whole this statement is false sort of trick. So I find it useful whenever you're talking about what is good in games, or what is a game. This is something where there can be a lot of very unproductive shouting at each other, but if you sort of put a boundary around it, a little bit like what you've done, in fact, when you say, I think really only the creator can say whether or not they've achieved what they were looking for. And then I'm sure there's kind of the death of the author crowd that's going to be, what are you talking about? No, it's about what the player experiences. And I mean, let's face it, it is interactive. So to a certain degree, the player does have some authorship over their experience. It's why I think this is such an interesting game, because I'm able to have my individual experience, and obviously I've worked very hard to preserve my own particular experience of this game. But I mean, again, sometimes this is just like showing off how much critical theory you've read. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I do. I do think in some cases I have found it useful to sort of say, it's like, okay, so we'll work with this definition now, and here's how we can get close. And I mean, in the end, these are things that are hopefully serving a greater purpose. Trying to make a point that needs to be made, or to get better insight. But yeah, no, I mean, in general, I think the biggest thing is that, before any of these conversations that can be had, usually you kind of need to come to terms before you really get into the weeds on it. So, but I mean, already at this point, right? I'm sure everybody's got a number of. I already see there's 4 or 5 different opinions. So I think you just followed Capto Porte, and now you've prompted so much conversation. So I hope you don't feel that you've been pounced on for expressing your opinion. I value that. Because particularly when it comes to like making games, again, it's a very subjective topic. So inevitably you'll stir up the various opinions. But I like to get more perspective on this, because if I just relied on social media, it would be like 100 people arguing about pronouns in video games, which is a completely uninteresting conversation. And there are just fundamentally more interesting things to talk about. So, sorry, I saw a video. I'm sure everybody's seen this Starfield video of the guy like stopping the game and like shouting to the camera over this. I was flabbergasted. I've never gotten so angry about anything in my life. I have to know what's behind that. No, actually, I don't. I could improve my life by not thinking about. But yeah, this is actually why I like people talking about these things, because generally the people who hang out here tend to have a more interesting perspective on games, and it saves me the trouble of going out and looking at the wretched opinions to react to. Alright, the parallels in mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Surprisingly mordant and even funny, no one has ever explained why Galmier devoted herself to this chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. Time and again we hear of the wood which rises from the world's foundations. All trees reach for light, but what does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. All right, so let's see what skill we want. Purifications and exaltations. So that shouldn't be too hard for us to boost, and we got a revelation out of that. I should add that to my list if I don't have it already. Amazingly, I have not read this book yet. Well, in Book of Hours, of course. Oh, okay. I do feel kind of bad sharing this, because, like, obviously this is a guy who has some problems. And just, I don't know, like, when people are being like nasty online, I'm not crazy about sharing it, but I'll if you don't mind, Capto Podier, I'll whisper that to you, and you can. What is it? It's a 2.5 minute rodeo. See how long you can last. But yeah, I don't know if there's like a default setting, but you know, so the streamer can like privately send you all capital letters messages for saying how dare you talk to me in my channel? Don't you know who I am? But yeah, presumably if you check your DMs or possibly your spam folder, you'll see that there. You can give us an out of 10 rating when you're done. All right. So purifications and exaltations is not too tricky, I think. I am going to want to lock this in, though. Oh yeah, too, we can do that today as long as I get my Fost back. All right. Where did I put the book? I feel like a complete moron. Oh yeah, of course. I put it with all the other locksmith dreams. Okay, let's see here. So I need a Fost, but I'm not following up on that yet because in 26 seconds we will finish banging on the bongos, and I may need the heart for the nectar. So we'll eat the 26 seconds. We should have enough time in the day. Yeah, so this may be someone who actually still watches the channel, so I always feel, I don't know, it's like one of these things, if you're gonna say something, like, generally it is decent to say it directly to them, but on the other hand, there are some cases, and I'm pretty sure I put this in an article, but there was like somebody who at least previously had watched my channel and they added me on Steam and stuff like that. And they got mad over the pronoun options in BattleTech. And again, I don't like, it's useless to just bury into culture war stuff. Like, it's just, there's nothing edifying about it, right? It's really like, even what I'm doing now, right? I'm just sort of like poking and like kind of laughing, ah ha ha, look at these people. And it's like, there's no, like, there's just better stuff to talk about. But I'm down this road anyway, so. And what I noticed was that they left a negative review on BattleTech after I think like 20 hours in the game or something, or like maybe it wasn't 20 hours, maybe it was like 10 or 2 or something like that. Anyways, there's a certain number of hours in the game, and it was like a highlight over the fact that there were, you know, there's you know, he, him, she, her, and they, them. I think was where it went, and I believe. I believe one of the developer, like one of the designers on it, uses the third set of pronouns. So, and I mean, in the end, there's also a role-playing element to BattleTech. But quite literally for that game, that was just something that changed the strings. There was like no difference in terms of what was going on. So it's such a minor thing to point out. But what astonished me was not only was that they keep the negative review, they actually had about 120 additional hours in the game. And so it's like, well, obviously it's not really affecting your enjoyment of it. So, because I mean, again, like they sort of did the whole, you know, I don't want to be intolerant, you know, the actual problems with the game, and, you know, listing off all of the quote unquote mechanical things that were wrong. But, you know, like, you know, you can read those types of reviews and you just know what the real issue was. And that just frustrates me, right? Because, like, obviously, I guess one thing for me is that, like, because the role-playing part of BattleTech I actually think is an underappreciated element of those games. I think the one genre in which there shouldn't even be a question is role-playing, right? You know, it's entirely about playing who you want. And so likewise for Starfield, you'd sort of think, yeah, well, of course, you know, in a universe of infinite possibilities, you know, of course we'll include this thing in here, you know. I probably, I probably have about a 50-50 split in terms of playing men and women in games, at least on stream. I can't really think of a case where I've used the extra pronoun options, but I'm happy enough that they're there. It seems like that matters to a bunch of people, and it does not cost me anything to have them inside. But I do get the impression that there are a bunch of people who have been told... Like, the thing that weirds me out, the reason why I spend time talking about it, is that I cannot escape the impression that this exists entirely because of a subset of, like, YouTube videos that have been made. And that you're getting reactions like that from a completely invented problem, right? Like, I don't see how you go... I don't see how you can be that invested in an issue that you start shouting to a camera when you're playing, a high-quality game, except that you have allowed yourself to be so bothered by a set of videos. But I don't know. Anyways, I really should just shut up about this stuff, because there's nothing to be gained, right? All I'm doing is just making fun of people who probably deserve to be made fun of, but I'm not saying anything that that's new on this. So I don't want to be XYZ, but yeah, it's highly accurate prediction. Yeah, I mean, like, sometime, I do think, like, I as somebody who has towed the line on a few topics to try and introduce nuance where I think it's important, like, I do think there is value in saying it, but I mean, we all know the guy who, like, plays devil's advocate so that they can actually say what's on their mind. And I figure at least have the cowardice of your convictions. So I haven't played Days Gone. I know it was a PlayStation exclusive for a while, but I think it's on PC now. So love the game. Story's awesome. Strong, well-defined characters, but some gameplay elements are maddening. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I didn't really rate it that much when I saw it. Like, I didn't dislike it, but it's just there wasn't anything that immediately kind of jumped out at me as something that I needed to play. But you're actually one of several people who've recommended it as a very good story game. Okay. So why on earth did I think that I could get... Oh, right, it's because I had the Essential Proist. Unless I feel I can get away with something more nectary. Oh no, what am I saying? I had Gideon Soaks. Yeah, so I need the heart for that. We're cutting it kind of close with Reverend Timothy. But we're gonna run for it. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I don't want to read. I just want to bang on the drums all day. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, the primary experience of gaming for me has been through PC, and that's just because I've always been into computers, so it's just very natural for me to, if I'm playing around in a program or doing something else, and I want to blow off some steam, I'll play it. I'll play a computer game. And then, of course, some of my favorite games are usually turn-based strategy, which is not impossible to do on a console, but it's certainly not I don't think it's the one that people would normally consider the main experience, let's say. So, yeah, I mean, if you love Civilization, chances are, you're going to be a PC gamer. Although, obviously, there was I think there was a DS one, there was probably an Xbox one. Like, Civilization's available on a few more platforms now, but, yeah, I mean, let's let's be real here. If you're into turn-based strategy, you're probably a PC gamer. So. I actually just recently got so I've got a Switch because there was a preposterously good deal. Like it's like one of the stores that I it's like the store that I usually go to the grocery with. They have a point system, so they had this deal where like they had a discount on a Switch, and then you'd get a very large number of points if you bought the Switch online. And then I had like all the points from the groceries that I'd been buying, so it was basically like it wasn't exactly a free Switch, but it was a highly discounted Switch. So I finally got it, and I can play Zelda now. But the first console I ever bought was actually a Xbox. This current generation of Xboxes. So I have a lot of catching up to do with consoles. And the shameful thing is probably the most I've used the Xbox for is to play Tetris Effect, which is available on PC. I have no idea why I'm not working on it. I might have actually just lost myself the chance to use Reverend Timothy. Let's see how it goes, though. So I think this will take 90 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. Mix a Nox Sacrament. Stone stories with scholar level nectar plus liquid creates a Sacrament Acite. Yeah, I don't see a conversation with Reverend Timothy happening before the end of the day. We are, however, going to be able to raise up purifications and exaltations. Is there a strategy with limiting your pieces of the soul? You're far beyond what I've hit, so I'm curious. Yeah, so there's not... there was no particular strategy behind... Some people have kind of commented on my initial comments, which was just sort of a regret minimization strategy. So I didn't want a situation where like I commit something at level 1 and all of a sudden I get like 7 elements of the soul, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess that's not going in the level 8 slot. But the thing about that is... like, the game already anticipates it. You can just use the lessons to level up one of your other skills if you really want. I love Doctor Strange. Like, Kubrick is my favorite director by far. So the honest answer to this, Capto, is I started off by saying, because I played in the beta, not the experimental branch that's currently on, but like we're testing this game and we want to see how it works. And I used to put a lot of things in the Tree of Wisdoms, and that was fine. Like it's very helpful for getting access to everyone. But I sort of said as like, well, okay, let's try a couple things here. So number one, let's see how far I can go without committing skills. And like, there's partly a little bit of the honest answer to this is there's an intersection of a few different things going on with that. Number one, it's to say, hey, I'm in a better position to sort of put things in their right place. But again, like that's a completely meaningless goal for me to have because I just have the option of using the lessons to upgrade the other things, right? Like there's no strategy behind it other than just me saying I like to use the persistent memories that match the skills. And that's the only reason behind that. I quite literally have no other justification for that approach, so I don't recommend it to people if they don't want to do it. But the other thing that was kind of fun about it was I quickly realized that it forced me to think a different way about opening up the different rooms. And so I wound up learning quite a bit about how all the different interactions with the characters go, and eventually I kind of hit this point. There's actually one other thing that I'll talk about, which I'm hoping doesn't affect your playthroughs too much, but I hope it does enhance your experience of the game if you hadn't noticed this. But essentially what I found was with enough time, I kind of realized how much of the house I was unlocking. So like I'd never gotten to the very top before. But on this playthrough, this is the first time I visited here, and I never went to any of the nocturnal stuff. So again, like, despite the fact I've only ever committed one skill to the Tree of Wisdoms, I've gotten quite far into Hush House. And so at this point, it's sort of like, because I've gone so far with committing so little to the Tree of Wisdoms, at this point, it's really just, again, sorry to use this metaphor again, but it's a rodeo. I want to see how long I can stay on this absolutely daft way of playing the game. So yeah, I mean, I guess if you really like planning for the Tree of Wisdoms, there may be like a weak preference for not committing stuff. But honestly, it's just like at this point, this is the because it's their answer. Like it's really just I started off with a light touch on committing to the Tree of Wisdoms, and at this point here, it's just turned into a thing because. If I committed something now, I'd always be wondering, oh, maybe I could have gone a little bit further if I just let myself. But there is one thing that I think is kind of neat, which you may not have noticed. I always use this same example. I'm sorry, but I figure it's better than pointing out all the other ones. But there are contradictory results depending on what you commit to the Tree of Wisdoms. And I've had some people say, oh, I need to reset my playthrough after this. And I'm like, I don't encourage people to do that. But because I am quite interested in the setting, I do have some views on which of the descriptions I prefer. So with Resurgences and Emergences, you get two choices, right? You can put it in Preservation and you can put it in Bosk. So Moth and Grail, the gods from Stone, made a law that the keys of Dream cannot be held or owned. The time of Stone is past, but the keys remain. So the hoarders of these keys can only be the 7 Legions, whose crime has set them outside the law, and the Legions serve an hour of Moth and Grail. And when the last remnants of the gods from Stone are renewed, the law will be renewed with them. Preservation is the wisdom of renewal. Grail and Moth, so this is the Bosk one. The gods from Stone made a law that the keys of Dream cannot be held or owned. The time of Stone is past, but the keys remain. So the holder of these keys can only be the 7 Legions, whose crime has set them outside the law. But the Legions serve an hour of Grail and Moth, so there's already the first difference. When the last remnants of the gods from Stone are consumed, another difference, the law will be consumed with them. Bosk is the wisdom of change. So these are two contradictory accounts that are provided here, in addition to the fact that you get a different element of the soul, and it's completely legitimate. Like, again, I must stress that just as I do not like it when people tell me that there is an optimal way of playing the game, I do have no intention of telling people that they're playing the game incorrectly. But for me, there are things that I care about in this setting, and that I feel better or worse, about, and that does sometimes inform what I put into the Tree of Wisdoms. And sometimes there can be a role-playing reason for that, right, depending on what your background is. There was one for Horamachistry that I like pointing out as well, and I can never remember it. Can't be Stitching and Binding, is it? No, because that one doesn't go to Horamachistry. Oh, it was one of the edicts. I think it's inviolable. Yeah, here we go. Fire. The Marin Tree is not the youngest hour, but she is the youngest hour of Calyptra. For she has been born many times in many places. The red flower on the Watchman's Tree is the fire fueled by truth, and without it, the tree would fall, as all Horamachists know. Now, if you don't know who the Mare in the Tree is, that's totally fine. But the Mare in the Tree, I happen to know, is a god from nowhere. And there are some people, and like again, I don't happen to agree with this, but there are some people who've said is like, well, maybe maybe the gods from nowhere and all that bad. History is written by the victors and so on and so forth. And I feel like the game's been pretty clear in some cases that gods from nowhere are not good things. Yeah, so I'm on with Matrix Disc on saying that. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with the mayor and the tree. So as a consequence, in my YouTube playthrough, even though it would be very helpful to get the metal, I'm invested enough in the world that I really don't feel comfortable committing that skill in there. So, I for my own part, because I do actually I do like the writing in the game, and I do sort of like I like this type of role-playing game a little bit more in the sense that I am thoughtful about, what skills mean and what my character is doing when they're doing certain things. And I'm thinking about, like, who is the twice-born librarian? What are their priorities? How am I crafting this story through the decisions that I make? So I don't get experience points, but I do become I do become stronger in certain skills. I don't have levels, but I am unlocking increasingly, guarded or sealed off areas. And in the end, I can sometimes wind up in uncomfortable positions because we have this was the wrong spot. The Rowanarium, where it specifically says that Rowena has the key to nowhere. Was this the one, or no? It was Rowena the Legion, protectress of the house, holds the mayor's key of Wormstone, which opens the door to nowhere. Now and then she has lent it unwisely, but only once she has lent it to Ys. So, in order to engage with the Rowanarium, if I want, this may mean that I'm actually meddling with forces that I should not touch. And there's something kind of exciting about that, right? That's kind of part of the genre of like, hidden gods and forbidden knowledge and things like that. So, to me, this is the sort of stuff that makes these games very interesting and rewarding. But it's complete, like, so far as I can tell, beyond it deciding what elements of the soul you get, it's not like you get a game over screen that says, ha ha ha, the gods from nowhere are running all over the place and, everything is nowhere now. Like, or, the secret rising spider ending where you see the rising spider tarot, pop up. I don't think there is a rising spider tarot pop up, and it consumes your screen, and then it uninstalls Book of Hours from your PC and disables your Steam key or something like that. That would be awesome, and I would call Weather Factory utter geniuses for doing that. But that's never gonna happen. But yeah, no, like I am. Because of my background in Cultist Simulator, because I'm interested in the setting, I find it hard to be passive in terms of some of the elements in the Tree of Wisdoms, and so as a result, being a little more tight-fisted with my skills has given me another reason to hold back on them. But there's no, I'll put it to you this way, there's no advantage that I would recommend through this. It's purely for my own enjoyment. I don't want to say like I'm easily bored, because there's lots to do in this game, and it's wonderful, and I would never want to do it differently, but yeah, it's that said, like, if it seems like the sort of challenge you might have some fun with, like, I do encourage people to give it a shot. Like, there's sometimes it's fun to take on a challenge. I mean, I'm also the guy who did the the have one so we're 10 seconds shy on our drink for Reverend Timothy. That's fine. We just lost a couple shillings for our trouble. Skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. So I have a little bit of a dilemma in terms of deciding whether or not I should use the Orchid Transfigurations. I don't think it's that hard, and I could probably use a little more heart in my life. So what I will do, I'll use the Foss to get Reverend Timothy. We'll hit him with the Shapt right away. I'll read the Pneuma book. Yeah, so we pile on Reverend Timothy right away. Read the Orchid Transfigurations as early as we can, and hopefully we'll be able to position ourselves for the next boost. And if there aren't any books here in the sealed vault, then we really do need to get to... At that point, we really do actually need to start throwing ourselves into crafting. So Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. We will read the Pneuma book. I always keep forgetting the language because I put it at the bottom of my list. Alright, we already have the skill that we need for the heart. I'm actually going to do something a little... It's not exactly silly here, but I am going to drop the water just because I already have a half pitcher. And what else? I will read Wrapped in the King. Now, I'm not leaving myself a whole lot of elements of the soul for the rest of the day, but this gets my ducks in a row. Respect the dedication to the lore. I love Book of Hours a lot because the librarian's knowledge and restraint is in stark contrast to the cult leader's inexperience and recklessness. Oh, being chat limit. I'm so sorry. Capto, if that's something on my side, please let me know, because I definitely don't want people to be held back. But yeah, no, don't apologize. I sometimes worry if somebody asks a question. Like I worry, is just given some of the topics I talked about before, I worry that I've offended someone or made them feel uncomfortable. That's really the only time I get worried if something's quiet. But my view is that I should be providing as close of an approximation of entertainment as I can. It's not people's job to to give me material to reply to. I don't take attendance, and I certainly don't expect people to reply if they don't want to participate with that. Dendrian, what the hell are you doing here? You're playing that other card game, the poor man's Book of Hours, if you will. All right. There are 5 wonderful people in here who came along with Dendrian's raid. Dendrian is a wonderful broadcaster who I had the great pleasure. Hey, is that the Countess Fortuna? Is that the with the worm reference? Is this a Are you referring to the Secret Histories? Have we found another no in the chat? But yeah, for those of you who do not know Dendrian, I found him through the excellent kind of roguelike city builder Against the Storm, and he plays that game at a very high level. But he's actually a wonderful broadcaster to have on. He sort of undersells himself as someone who is good to have on the second monitor, but he's actually very knowledgeable and somebody who is a lot of fun to interact with if you give yourself the chance. Although, again, I do know a number of you like to keep the stream on in the background just for some back and forth. So, but yeah, I highly recommend him. He's been playing... This is going to take a while. Two more. Yeah, I feel if I get a 50 gift sub, what I need to do... Oh, my bad, there was one more. I feel like if there's 50, we should just like do the sequence of Raiders of the Lost Ark from the beginning so we can like watch half the movie. Anyways, first of all, Bionic Beans, thank you very much. I believe that's 6 gifts in one night. You've certainly done more than pay it forward, but you've paid it forward and amplified it and paid it forward. So Bit101, Digi Inferno, Pappy Garagos, Vinny Van Joe, or possibly Yo, and Cyril, a few people who I'm sure are lurkers. I hope you all enjoy your access to the emotes and the ad-free experience and whatever else you get for that. And of course, thank you very much, Bionic Beans. I know there are a few people... I know in terms... I won't point out specifics, but I actually know there's a few people that you've gifted to that probably wanted a sub, but didn't. Like, Twitch is so horrible for making you feel guilty for, like, subbing or not subbing. So I know there's a couple people who've probably wanted to sub and have made the wise decision not to put every last penny into this platform. So I just think you should know you've made a couple people quite happy, I think. But... I do not want to shortchange Dendrian. Again, I think he's a very thoughtful and very nice streamer. Like I said, I found him through Against the Storm, but he's been playing a lot of games that I both really enjoy, but also I have discovered through him. So I know recently there's been some dicey dungeons. He's been playing Slay the Spire, but I was wrong. It was apparently Contessa's game tonight, Driftworm. So Contessa Fortuna, if I am not mistaken here, this is... what Dendrian's saying is you are the game developer of Driftworm? Because if you are, I will very happily put this on my watch list. If somebody has a link. Worker management roguelike? Colony of cute worms? Oh, this is neat, actually. There's, you're reporting it to Steam. The game doesn't have a page yet. I just like hanging out while people play. No, that's great. That's wonderful, actually, for Cultist Simulator. That wound up happening a bit. But yeah, actually, it doesn't... I hate... So, I apologize in advance. Thank you very much for the follow. I apologize in advance because I know how crushing it can be to have a cool and original idea and then to have someone, oh, so it's like, and then it's like 2 things that really aren't what you've done. And I'm probably going to be doing this unintentionally, but when I saw the description of the worm roguelike, it reminded me of an indie that wound up delighting me, and it's really just the insect connection here, or crawlies. What would the right term be? Industrious small creatures. But there was a pay what you want indie called Hive Time, which wound up being sort of SimCity with bees, which wound up sort of kind of coming out of nowhere for me and delighting me. So. The only reason I connect it to Driftworm is that this one seems like something I would be very interested in playing, and number 2, it's something that it's definitely something that I just gave me a fond little memory of something else that I found online. So I will absolutely check this out. Feel free to share whatever links and details you might have to help get the word out. So, all right. Back to Book of Hours. So, I may have shortchanged myself in terms of what I'll need to to level up the skill from the Orchid Transfigurations, and we are getting close to the end of summer, but I'm not expecting too much out of the Orchid Transfigurations. So, the third volume of a compilation of Quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is in the original Latin. And I've been using drums and dances a lot, so we'll use weaving and not working. Valentine DeWolf. Nope. I actually need to make sure that it's heart supported, so... Now we read the compilation of Quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. It's like a Bug's Life PS1 mixed with City Skylines. Not a bad way putting it, I suppose. Yeah, it's by a guy named Valiant Cheese. It hasn't really been around the channel that much anymore, but he's an Australian developer based out in Tasmania, and I know he worked with... oh, hell. The Broken Age and Full Throttle people. They're acquired by Microsoft. Double Fine. I think he did a little bit of work with Double Fine. I know he worked for a while with Defiant on Hand of Fate. And I think he's doing his own stuff now, so... Yeah, I know you... I know you were... I think you were riffing off of the thing that I'd said before, but... I've never actually played a Bug's Life PS1, so... but the art style is deliberately... Well, not quite rich. I don't know. It's better just take a look at it and decide for yourself, but... Anyways... I did feel like I wanted to try and make something happen with the rain, and I'm just trying to think what that might have been. Like, it's hard to say with the Red Forbidding that the 2 Grail that I get from the rain is any different than what I would get from reading Fekri's Herbery again and getting satisfaction. So I think I'm just going to leave it be, unless I feel like I want to try and make the Sacrament calcitite. Actually, you know what? Maybe we try that, because I can put a forge in. So just give me a quick second here. So substance and solution. I'm going to start by throwing as much Grail as I can at the problem. Oh man, where am I going to get that 15 from? Oh, from the skill, of course. But we should be able to bring the Fragrant Chalice in. Okay, so the main idea... This is mostly just exploration at this point. But I'm... Oh, hang on. No, I don't want to do that. I actually want to put the Ruby-Wise Ruin in. You know what? I'll do 2 runs. One with the largest amount of Grail, and then one with the Ruby-Wise Ruin. So, Orchids and Narcotics first. Hopefully that tells me something new. Okay, so, well, now we know how to make Ruby-Wise Ruin. We've already known, but... and we already wrote that down as well. And the Meniscate... What? Desires and Dissolutions. Yeah, Ruby-Wise Ruin again. So my suspicion here is that these 2 will probably make this if I put a Ruby-Wise Ruin in here. But I still have a few other Grail skills, so... Beguiling Melody... Sea Stories... So I know this is kind of the dull... This is the dull approach to doing this, but I have a chance here to learn a little bit. Resurgences and emergences. Okay. Leaves and thorns. So with a flower. So that was something that I didn't have before. Pentiments and precursors. So that's a fabric. Ah, crumbs. I got that wrong. All right, Applebright Euphonies. That's also Ruby-wise. Okay. Okay, so again, I'm not expecting any keeper recipes out of this because I think the Sacrament Calcitite is the keeper level recipe for some of these. So what we do now, we take the Ruby-wise Ruin, and this is going to be to see how many keeper recipes I can get with this. The answer may be 0, but it's worth testing. Oh, question from someone who has half as many skills at level 1 or level 2. Do you only get lessons from unique books, or are there more ways to get them later? I have only ever gotten lessons from books, so if there is a way to get them later, I haven't found it. Okay, so that's not strictly true. There's a way to break down skills as well, and you can get lessons from that, but that's probably not... Actually, come to think of it, so everything I've gotten has come from books, but I think there might actually be a way, if you get clever with the breakdown and the generation of memories, I think you might be able to... the count that I've got on my spreadsheet right now has 163 entries, and 162 of them have memories associated with them. I've got one called Seven Shades, which doesn't have an entry, so it might be that Seven Shades was turned into a different book. Okay, so we can sort of see the problem that I've got here, which is that with the Applebright Euphonies, unless I can find a high-intensity grail substance, which let's maybe just double-check that something like the Essential Peroist or something else doesn't have grail. I don't see why it would have grail, but you never know. Yeah. This is the sort of thing that I figure is worth spending a little time making sure we have the max grail in, because this is a chance for me to learn more about my skills. Okay, so I think it's fair to say, unless something special happens, we are a bit limited. So similarly, like if I do Leaves and Thorns again, it's like, okay, Witching to Sane because we don't even get the 10. So really what I'm looking for here would be Tridesma. Yep, there we go. Yeah, so sorry, to directly answer your question, I have not gotten skills, or sorry, I have not gotten lessons from anything but books. If you want me to tell you how you can actually get lessons by breaking a skill, I'm happy to do that, because it did occur to me that you can probably combine those with... I haven't tried it, but I suspect you can combine those with memories, which as a result would give you a higher leveling in general, as long as you used your Pneuma properly. But But in general, I think the idea is that you should be able to get high levels directly from reading enough books. Yeah, well, honestly, Bionic Beans, I think this game is actually quite well balanced in terms of that. So like I've gotten close at this point to hitting the limit of how far I can go into the house without without help. And you notice that this has led to me doing some more crafting, but what has the crafting gotten me? Well, I found an even easier way to make the sacramentasite, which has opened up 2 more rooms for me. And what did that do? Well, that wound up, giving me a couple more books, which means I now have more lessons, which I'll use to level up my skills, and so on and so forth, right? So I think there is something quite deliberate that's happening, and in fact, some of the rooms you'll run into, you'll notice that it's not an assistant that you need, but there's actually something else that you need to learn in the game to move you on. So I think what you're experiencing is quite natural. Like I've been focused quite a bit on opening up the house, but the thing is that in order to open up certain parts of the house, I've needed to learn more intense crafting recipes. And again, that's partly because I've committed to not committing. I feel like now what I need to try and do is do the Ignoramus playthrough, where I don't commit anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, I'm trying to find my skill in my spreadsheet. It's just getting too big. Okay, so that's the first. Okay, Resurgences and Emergences did not provide us a... And this doesn't give us enough Grail, so we've basically exhausted, in terms of finding the magic in terms of Grail, we either need a more powerful memory, we need a better substance, or we need to bring Arab in. The true ignorant. I saw, like, again, just a perfect example of, like, me being utterly shocked by how some people play the game, but not wanting to tell them what's what. I kid you not, I saw a player that quite literally, if they ever saw a book that was cursed, they burned the book. I was like, what? I couldn't believe, I could not imagine ever burning a book. But it's completely natural to see why someone would do that, right? Because when you look at the description, what was it? There's something about spreading curses. I don't know, there's some reference to like curses spreading or something like that, but yeah, well, if you burn your journal, there's probably consequences for that. But as far as the other books are concerned, I suspect you can probably get them from Oriflammes in, given enough time. I am actually so delighted that people put the books on the Kukerbit Bridge, because I do remember when people were being nasty about that silly Reddit post I put on. I mean, obviously some people got it, but you can still see in the comments there were a couple of people who got pretty annoyed at me writing it. But the funny thing is that like people are so obviously using the Kukerbit Bridge as storage now, so. I'm sure there has to be an achievement for. Yeah. I'll just double check that this is the one we were talking about. Alexis eventually put a fan work tag on. I believe the exact quote was, "I have flared this as fan work, you villain." But yeah, I can remember back when that had a 50% upvote rate. And some people were quite cross. And the funny thing is that there was one person who was talking about accessibility, and so I broke character and specifically said, you know, if this leads you to find a better way of engaging with the game, I'm happy, but like, just so you know, this is not serious. So there were actually, if people looked, there was evidence that I was not being serious about it. But yeah, there were a lot of people who did not like this this post, and then there were some people who had some utterly hilarious responses. The most upvoted one was, "This man is the best librarian I've ever seen. Fire him immediately." I still chuckle at that whenever I share it. But yeah, just in case anybody's confused about it, I was not serious. Although I do think it's very funny that this is actually a way that people are playing the game. So just put that on my headstone. Yeah, the other one that I put up, I guess the other thing is that the context for me was like the other thing that I put on the Weather Factory Discord was the librarian run I did, where I had one of every book at the end of the run. So I don't know, I kind of feel like it wasn't, if you looked, it wasn't that hard to find out that I was obviously familiar with the game. Anyways, it was fun. What was I trying to do? I think we're going to make Swole Timothy. Your books do not get what this, like, to me, I learned quite a bit about what I can take for granted in terms of it. I am utterly fascinated that people do take this as a thing. So like, what I was trying to suggest is that like there's a big pile of books, and that the outer layer is protecting the inner layer, and like it's a real life thing that I'm talking about, right? It's like, it's completely impractical, but yeah, no, it's like if you put a book out on the bridge and it rains, unless Weather Factory goes out of their way to add re-soaking, the books do not get wet again. Are you saying you don't fill your inventory with chairs in IRL? They're invisible chairs. But yeah, no, like I'm sure I think most of you kind of hung around long enough to kind of get where the jest is coming in, right? Like this is born out of a certain degree of frustration with people telling me, quote unquote, the optimal way to play. So I tried to come up with the Yellow Swag for 2069, who only knows how to get like millions of followers on YouTube and doesn't know anything else. So that one came off of there was somebody who left a comment on the Discord, on the Steam forum, where it was like, "I wish you wouldn't give this game to those YouTube people." And they're like, I don't want to be spoiled by seeing their thumbnails. And I don't know, like it was, I felt compelled to reply to that because Weather Factory have actually been probably the nicest developer to interact with in terms of the streaming stuff. And I felt that viewer was actually, that one I didn't want to intervene on, but somebody had said something to the effect of like, I actually found out about this game from a streamer, but they're probably too small for Weather Factory to notice. And I felt kind of strongly about that because I'm obviously a small streamer and they've been very, very nice. So I just wanted to sort of stick up for them and say, it's like, I didn't want to talk about the original comment, but maybe just for your benefit, like I'm a small streamer. They've been wonderful to interact with. Like, don't please don't feel like they're only going to be looking at like big people for the game. But yeah, so like there's a couple of things in there which are coming from real life experiences related to the game. But yeah, like it was a little funny to see how seriously people took it. So like, yeah, one big one is a lot of people seem to think it was possible to re-soak books, which I think is kind of funny, and to a certain extent I sort of like the idea of people actually getting a little cautious with their books as a result. But the other one that I actually really like was the more I looked, and I believe there is a patch note that actually says that the Cucurbit Bridge was reworked because they realized how many people are using it for storage. So yeah, I don't know. It's me doing my friendly troll, and that's all I can say. But I'm delighted that Digi Inferno is laughing at the lines that were intended to get a laugh. But yeah, for anybody who was put off by that or felt that I was being unkind, sorry. No, I did that for a laugh. I really did think that that would make people smile rather than make them mad. But yeah, like before the developer intervened and put the fan work title on it, it was quite literally down the middle. Like the Horned Axe would have been proud. There was another one. So when actually, by means, I can't remember. Have you played Cultist Simulator or not? So Digi hasn't played. You have. Okay, so I guess I'd say maybe for the benefit of never to the victory, but I've won. Oh, cool. Thanks. Yeah. Maybe just for the benefit of chat, because there now obviously there is at least one person who hasn't played. There's a character in Cultist Simulator called the Weary Detective. And if you turn the Weary Detective into a rival, or if you wind up recruiting him into your cult, you get to learn his first name, which is Douglas. And in the case of Book of Hours, Douglas comes back, and you actually get to find out his last name. So he's now Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore. So me being who I am, I kind of built up this elaborate backstory about the Weary Detective having sort of this secret occult pen name of Les. Or actually, I think what I specifically did was it wasn't the Weary Detective, but that there was this like occult character who had this pen name Les, and babbled on about it, and was like, and I think there's a very strong argument that it's the Weary Detective, who and so on and so forth. And essentially it was just this like long setup for a less is more joke, right? So the fictional pen name Les is Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore. A less is more. That's a good one. So what I loved about this, so there's two things that happened, which was number one, I put that in the Weather Factory forum, and there were a couple that laughed, and then one of them was just meh, and I'm like, come on. But I think I believe, I can't remember if it was the Weather Factory account or anyway, somebody associated with the game tweeted out is like, I was actually watching the stream when when System Chalk was saying this, and I was wondering if I'd forgotten some of my own lore until he delivered the punchline. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I relate to this game's theme of writing histories and making fiction a reality. I should probably figure out what I'm doing with this Faust. Nothing. I am, however, going to renew the Whist. Writing the dad joke history. I don't know. I feel it's the right thing to do. If you're gonna make a joke like that, you really need to like build it up and you have to really milk it. I think I'll just empty out. It's a half pitcher, so I figure I'll empty this thing out and just keep the glass in the inventory. Okay, so we're up to 8. We will give him the Sacrament Essite, and that will close off one of the branches of the Dawn. Oh, I'm curious what this is. Cat pictures are great. Okay, so today's plan. Sorry, I know I've been I haven't been as focused in terms of explaining everything that I'm doing with the game. So we should be reading the Orchid Transfigurations at one of these desks. This one. Oh, we're almost done actually. Alright, a long dialogue between the Mountain Mother and the Vigilant Storm describes the ways in which both mountains and storms end, and the protections they use against those ends. We must use the knife, said the lion-throned one, the noose, the flame, the waking word against those that have passed the three-valve door, and so none may pass. That is our law, and the law of the sun. Deep philenic. Fun fact, the Book of Hours minimum system requirements are wrong. The game runs as far back as Windows 7 and with difficulty on Vista. Oh, that's interesting. I know the hardware requirements kind of caught people by surprise, but once you I think the thing that people maybe get surprised by is that it's got a lovely, simple art style, right? Like I kind of love the construction paper cutout sort of a look. But the thing is, it is no small feat, like to go from this to this. And in fact, it's such a big deal that they needed to add further instructions to let people know that they could zoom in very close. And so, that's not costless on a computer. It has a very heavy, it had a very heavy VRAM cost, I think, for the game. And, they've hired someone to do some optimization. Certainly I'm sure any independent game developer can tell you, they're not going out of their way to make the game unplayable for people, right? You want to have as many people as possible to be able to play the game, but on the other hand, you do also want to make the game. And, if you're going to spend 80% of your development time making sure that the thing can run on a couple of tin can phones put together with string, maybe the rest of the people are not going to enjoy it as much. So I'm playing the Book of Hours from the Curia period. Yeah, just crank up the difference engine and go to town. Win7 Vista and Ubuntu. Oh, so another Linux user. I think you'll definitely like Hivetime then if you try it out, because I know Cheese is very big on using free and open source tools, so he made that in Godot, and is very big on making sure that games have Linux support. All right. Let me just make sure I've got the Orca Transfigurations nude. I do. And Magafeed Mysteries, I think that's actually a level 1 for us. Yeah, so we basically get that for free, except that I need Heart or Moon, which means I'm bringing the Trisk back. So that wasn't too painful. Actually, I'm curious now with the Orchid Transfiguration. This is not a bad time for me to reorganize the library a bit. Now, apparently I don't have Volume 1 yet. But yeah, let's find something for me to do with my skills. So, Faust... we're halfway through the day. I did want to experiment a little bit with elements of the soul. I wonder what it'll take to make a Ruby-wise Ruin, because I have a feeling I'm going to be using that for the Red Forbidding. Sorry, just a second. You have a green place you can put those books. In fact, I've got a bridge to sell you. So I'm yawning a little bit. I may have to wrap it up soon. Yeah, so Desires and Dissolutions is the best way for me to get the Ruby-wise Ruin. So, let's see what we're up against. If we add the rain... yeah, we gotta turn Witching Tisanes into... That won't be a problem. Actually, you know what? If I use the domain Reveline... that's got scale. Okay, no, we'll use the Tisane. It's renewable. Alright, craft a Ruby-wise Ruin. Brew a Grail liquor. Desires and Dissolutions with Scholar level Grail plus flour creates a Ruby-wise Ruin. I mean, I suppose there was nothing stopping me from just making the sacrament right away, but... Audiobook librarian, the Oubliette? You'll be the 13th librarian. I will make an extremely cursed Kindle that will burn your mind. Actually, that reminds me. I do want to try with the try and deal with the curses too. But we are going to be crossing seasons soon. Let's deal with a sealed vault. A heavy marble door sealed with red wax. A triple lock chased with silver. So we'll get the tryst back first. And as far as the whist goes, I don't think I have another Grail section to... Yeah, I need to wait. But after a minute, I think I'm actually going to try and make the sacrament. The fact that it's Tridisma Hyra makes it pretty easy. I think there's one more Grail I need to throw at it. Actually, that might mess with it. Yes, I have 4 Grail. Tridisma Hyra gives me 9. So I'd actually need to find another 2 Grail. Something for me to think about. Hello. The Silver Vault. Did the Curia of the Isle construct this vault? They were not long. Most of them were not long. So they were not the Obliviates, that society of unseen immortals bound by 3 oaths. But this vault does seem to reference the oath called the Silver Chain, which forbade men to lie with women or women with men. For what may come is not always a crime of the sky, yet that is a furious danger. Thank you very much, Digi Inferno. It was a pleasure having you around, and I hope you have a good one. Underrated feature of Hush House, it keeps hot drinks hot forever, and food never spoils, even as from its 300 years ago. Yeah, I have actually had the misfortune of drinking a whiskey that was left out for a very long time, and I'm not feeling good about this Rostragon here. Okay, what have we got? So looks like there is a whole heck of a lot of cool books in this area. And yes, this is actually a Curia, in contrast to Dawn. It's a nice little touch. I'm sure this isn't significant. So we've got the Sheretic Book of Suns, a radically different text from any of the other versions of the Book of Suns, attributed to Hagar, Queen of Shur, Mother of Wolves. This book houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. However, it's in another language. A mottled casket, a treasure donated by the disgraced Trigularis assassin. The Turquoise Hand, a calligraphic manual of Ramsand, which employs as exemplar text Farid Uddin's Conference of the Birds. This book houses a numen, a truth so powerful it can perhaps believe itself. All right. Another language I don't understand. I think it makes sense for us to catalog using the whisk here. I don't think we're going to be able to make the Grail. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are sometimes contaminated. So yeah, we've got 3 caches, a royal casket, a treasure stored by a king before his final sacrifice, an ambered casket, a treasure stored by an adept on the cusp of ascension to Lantern Long, and a mottled casket, a treasure donated by a disgraced Trigularis assassin. So I'm going to make some notes of these when the time comes, but I think I'm ready to... Yeah, I'm going to organize the library a little bit. preparing the way. I don't want to. I don't want to be too direct about this unless people really want to know. But have you seen the letters, Capto? There's a secret folder, let's say, and there's something in the game that directs you to a secret folder. That's probably the best way I can put it without it. Without putting too fine a point on it. Ah, all right. If you'd like to know, I'm happy to share, and if people would like to yeah, so did I. Actually, I've accidentally found it on stream, so then I like blinked out the stream for a little bit and let my delight be private. I absolutely do not mind letting people know about it. If people, yeah, if people want to know, I will happily say so. If people would like to leave that on their own, I won't go any further, and I'm happy to just DM it to people who want to know. Right. I almost. Oh, right. We need to wait for the catalog, and then we can lock in the Magaphine mysteries. I figure I can probably get another crack at the sweet bones. I'm only gonna do it for the money, but in summer I'm sitting on the bench outside the sweet bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and a good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. The Book of Dissolution. Damn it! Oh boy. Okay. That's, yeah, as tidy as I can get it. Oh, sorry. I think I missed. Does the cat actually do anything? Oh, yeah. No, the cat totally does stuff. One thing you can do is talk to the cat, and it will get you something. You can also use the cat as an input because the cat is a comfort. So you can, yeah, there's a lot of things that cats are useful for. And if you don't feed the cat, its aspects change, which I also think is kind of fun. I get the impression that the chimeric larva will also grow. I think I got a hint to that effect, but I haven't messed around with it. Again, the drawback to me playing this very unorthodox way is that I get to experiment less with some of the things that I would otherwise want to do. And again, I'm happy with that trade-off. I don't think it's bad to have to queue up a few things for the future, but it is a cost. So I don't know. Like I don't particularly regret it, but I do know it has meant that I'm short on certain tasks. You're kidding me that doesn't fit. Tough crowd. Okay. Wow. I am trying to maximize shelf space, but I think I am failing. My God, Bionic Beans, you're on a you're on a roll. Thank you very much for saying so, Capto. I hope you're. It sounds like there might have been a couple of things that you may take into your own playthrough. I hope that it was useful. Either way, I'm very glad that you enjoyed yourself. And yes, I hope I get a chance to see you again. If not, please do enjoy your time in Hush House. I think it's a really special game, and I am delighted that the game did find its audience. And of course, Bionic, thank you again. Not only am I enriched by your generosity, but I do know that there are some folks who do want to show that support, and I really do appreciate you. I really do appreciate you stepping up and giving people that enjoyment. Where are we? Sorry, I'm also quite tired, so I'm getting a little fuzzy on what I want to do. So I went to the Sweet Bones. This was just so I could get another sixpence. Tomorrow I'm going to turn this Rubywise Ruin into a Sacrament Calcite. So the funny thing about tomorrow, this may actually be a good time to wrap it up, because I'm thinking we're probably going to cross into autumn, which may mean a new visitor. And I'm going to want to open up these three containers, but I also want to take notes while I'm opening the containers. And then from there, honestly, I only have two options in terms of opening with a traditional visitor, and the Sagging Dock I think is actually outside my capabilities right now, and then the Red Forbidding is one that I might be able to work out. I think I worked it out that I can, but I need to have like all hands on deck. I cannot afford to make a mistake on that one. So, but yeah, we'll cross over the night. We'll see if there's any other books that I can collect together. There's a number of texts that actually make a lot of sense to put together as sort of a logical unit. Right now I'm just seeing if I can cram a couple more of these things into... Yeah, it feels like you should be able to put a book here, but nope. We'll spend the rest of the day in sorting mode. I was trying to think maybe Sisterhood of the Knot books, because we've got the Rose of Nuriel, Hypatia, and Wasnai. But I definitely know there's more books on the Sisterhood. Orchid Transfigurations we put together. I mean, Just Verse and the Perugian Diaries could kind of go beside Traveling at Night, because those are all Christopher Olopoli books. But then there's also, you know, Thirza Blake wrote a bunch of books, so it would make sense to have her books together as well. In terms of the ones that are related to Ava de Wolf, we've got 108 that she wrote, but then there's the Queen of Wines... Sorry, King of Wines. The story of her and Bancroft. I don't know how many Cougar Prisoner Diaries there are, but presumably that's a series as well. Alright. And yes, new season. Let's see what the Affair of the Unfinished Lark brings. And then we can maybe make a decision about... Well, let's see what the day brings. Rain! Okay. So... I'm actually gonna I'm gonna try and have it a few different ways. So, modeled casket. Something unregarded. What overlooked delight? I can use up one of my lantern without too much trouble. Yeah. I'm gonna use the Trist instead, actually. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through? I'd like you to paint me a cat. A what? A cat. You know what a cat is, right? Yeah, of course. The one in the bottom left. I've seen the one in the bottom left before, but man, that is a particular, that is a very special image. I don't think I'm ever gonna get tired of seeing that one. Okay. I'm trying to think about how I want to use all these elements. You know, one at a time is completely reasonable. So I have a small hope here that we're actually done with the event and that we have a regular visitor that speaks crack track, but that's probably a bit much to hope for. Oh, excuse me. So what is happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? Oh, damn it. Oh, he speaks, man. Mr. Eshin Fekri, formerly. Eshin was a healer. He was not human. He was Secretary Salvant of Hush House, but not all at the same time. Fussy, kind, famously foul to look upon. So I've got a pretty good track record so far of satisfying everybody's needs on the affair on events, and I'm not going to break that tradition. But I am seeing another opportunity to learn a language. Do you think you may be able to complete the game with an incomplete soul, like avoiding getting all 9 parts? This is strictly true because I have not got all 9 parts, but I could complete the game at the Earl's U. In terms of like a major victory, I haven't achieved one yet, and so I couldn't say with certainty, but I get the impression that probably yes. Ah, here we go. Maricat. So I get the points for that anyway. Okay, the Incastum Terminale of the 5th history, the color of the principle that once occupied the place that heart does now. So sky, obviously. in the Fifth History itself, the cult of obviously Nectar. In the Fifth History itself, the cult of Maricat was everywhere suppressed, but it's sometimes been venerated otherwise. Use an uncustom ink with your journal to make determinations and record histories. If the hours listen, the world changes. So, I am happy to add that to... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put my inks in a different place. Yep, there we go. Use this liquor as a base for a Grail Sacrament. Introduce Mahaira with Keeper level Grail plus Ruby Wise Ruin creates the Sacrament Calcite. And we have a Consulting Engineer, which doesn't help us with our immediate needs. Oh, I almost forgot. I did want to make a note of the stuff I was finding from the considerables. Okay. So another thing that I want to just double check on is the amount of time that it will take me to get... So I believe there's only one character that I can use to sort of boost up. So with the Grail, it would be 4 Grail, 2 Memory... 6 from the drink, 2 from Blackberry Jam, and 1 tool. So that's 30, 60, 90, 120. So I need 2 minutes to level up the character I find. So I guess I can't open the Shapt one. Yeah, we'll try the Sweet Bones again, see if we can find someone to hire. This will probably be the last time I try today, but what visitors might be passing through. And here I will use the Faust to open the Royal Casket. So I'm just taking the time to write some notes. Okay. Something exalted. What sovereign wonder. Did you see the Reddit post about the parts of the soul being related to the Egyptian conception of the soul? I thought that was pretty interesting. I didn't see the Reddit post, but I believe there was a stream on Steam. This was for the demo, and I seem to recall Alexis and Lottie talking about this when they were doing the first parts of the game, and I think that might even be on their YouTube channel. I'm sure the Reddit post is probably goes into more detail than they did, but yes, I do believe that is actually again, maybe the post points this out, but I believe the authors of the game have actually said that was an inspiration for it. I don't know that much about the Egyptian parts of the soul, so that's just kind of one of the many, oh, that's an interesting detail, parts of the game for me, but I do think it's always neat when people pick up on those. Thanks. I'm curious, yeah, so less of that hasn't responded to this, but yeah, it's I believe that is... Oh, sorry, you wrote this? Cool. Yeah, so now that's definitely, if you're the one to do this, absolutely this is something that that was an inspiration for the game, for sure. I do feel a little bit bad that I'm more, I guess I'm right only when it comes to Reddit. I don't read as much. Oh, okay, cool. I'll take a look for sure. This is really interesting. So earthquake name. So this is an omen and it's 6 scale. So this will be going away next Numa. But we will be able to use it for things if we are... if we're thoughtful. Also, that tells me about the existence of earthquake names, so I'd be willing to guess that Hill and Hollow is probably what gets us that. Okay, passing by musician. So I am slightly curious about... Alright. As a... it doesn't hurt to work as a hypothesis. So if we start with 4 rows, 2 memory... Okay, so we need to get a memory and then apply it. So that's 6. 1 tool brings us up to 7. Jam brings us up to 9. A drink brings us up to 11. So I'm somehow imagining that there's going to be some kind of a rose thing that will get me three rows, despite the fact that nothing else has done this. Well, that's optimism. I do not think I will hire the musician. I just don't see... I don't see how I make these numbers work in their current form. But, what about the red forbidding? Because nectar is an option. Not in its current form. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass. It would be kind of nice if I... So there's one thing I'll say. There is a side of me that wants to hire the passing by musician just so I can remember what their third item, or like if they get an extra item, because I'm 99% sure they do, and I can never remember. It's like the consulting engineer is fuel. The nun, I think, is a candle. The poet, a flower. And then every time I try to think about the musician, I forget. But we're at the halfway mark of the day, so the one thing I don't want to do is like give up a bunch of consumables for the musician anyway. So I think what we'll do is we'll talk with Factory. On the Unfinished Lark, I had been planning to visit next autumn to see Zuthi one more time, and now I'll never have the chance. However long one lives, one does not grow entirely accustomed to the suddenness of death. I've already missed his funeral, but I've commissioned a memorial composition for him. I'm hoping that it can be played on this device of his, but there are ramifications for invoking the powers of the lower skies that I must understand first. So he is looking for 3 sky. Excuse me. This means that I want to put 4 sky in if I can. Maybe Perugian Diaries? That works. Ozuthi. He was a much greater craftsman than I had realized, and I think it might have been the death of him. Perhaps this unfinished lark should remain unfinished. Thank you, librarian. Okay, I guess at this point the question is, do I want to try and earn some money, which doesn't seem like a good idea. I mean, I'll renew in the sweet bones to do stuff, but... Oh, you know what? I'll renew the shaft. Nope, I won't renew the shaft because it's not available to me. Yeah, I'll renew a Faust to earn some money. Let's see what we can get at the Gull Colony. Nope. Sky. What's the most interesting sky I can throw it? Baranoscopy. Fierce yellow eyes watch my every move. I definitely feel like this is something I should try and make the most out of, but I... Like, I know altars take omens, but I would imagine the scale altars would be sort of down here. So this particular altar we've already found... Well, this doesn't take scale, so... But this one probably does. Nope. Alright, in the name of the hour that gives life, of the hour that takes life, of the hour that is not sated. Sacrament Callicite. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the rites of the Red Grail. Let me just take a second to put my notes in. Okay. So it's a start. I mean, I still need to find the nun. I'm happy for the Spintria. That'll help me with the auctions. And do I want to use the money? I guess I'm already messing around with the seagulls, so... Help with letters. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Or at a coin to find visitors seeking employment. I don't feel this is the best use of the day. Like, at this point, I would ideally be finding some more books. So, I think I'm going to try... Oh, thank you. I do my best. It's a little hard when I've been streaming so long, just because I feel I lose it past a certain while, but that's very, very kind of you to say. one flaw with what I've been doing lately has been I kind of ignored the upper level pumps. So essentially I need to fill everything in here. So we need a skill, soul, fuel, and 2 metal. And I avoided this because I'm looking for sources of metal. And the challenge is that I have not used the foundry at all. So the drawback here is that it's all well and good for me to say, oh, well, I'm looking for sources of metal, but am I looking for sources of metal, right? I haven't done anything, and this is such an easy source of new rooms for me to check out. So, I don't know. It's something... I think I know what my plans for tomorrow are. I'm pushing the end of the stream a little bit so that I can open up the ambered casket. Particularly, amber, first of all, related to the Amberfleck Journal, connection to the Watchman, Ascension Lantern Long, all of these things are lined up with things that I find interesting in the game. I do sort of want to find a use for the Earthquake name. We got an Awakened Feather for that. Scraps from the Isle's Edge. Didn't exactly need that, but it's hard to complain about another tool. I'll just put that one there. Oh, maybe not. Well, now I'm holding it forever. But yeah, I think... Oh, you know what? I could probably make this into an essential Peroist. Because feather counts as remains. Okay, so my default in terms of, like, I have nothing else to do should be to clear out these books. When... By the way, we had some readings here. So, Magister Hokebald planned to salvage Zidane's work when it was, as he hoped, sold for scrap. And Ishan had hoped that Zidane's memorial composition might be played on the unfinished Lark itself, but after researching the matter at Hush House, he came to believe that it might be too dangerous. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay, yeah, so the plan for the next little while, I may not get through the whole day tomorrow, depending on what happens, but I'm going to start by using a Faust with the Ambered Casket. Oh, sorry, Shapt with the Ambered Casket. I will... I should have just arrested Hokebald, but handcuffs take metal, yeah. The, maybe we needed the Orichalcum ones. You know what? I'm not going to use Shop for that. I should use Faust. I don't know if it changes the result. I suppose the other thing I should look for is the numbers I need. So Road to Janus is a 7 knock, and this is a 7 heart. Yeah, those aren't that hard for us to get. It just has to be sort of the right combination, which is a bit harder. Something bright. What bright treasure? Next up, The sweet bones. I could use my Foster as well. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. Thanks. Yeah, that was definitely one that I was being a little silly about, but people have been very complimentary about that, so I don't mind embracing the status by any means. So I do feel a bit weird sitting with so many elements of the soul just kind of hanging out like this. And yet, if I get, depending on the type of hireling that I get, there can be a lot of activity that happens all at once. So I don't think it's a terrible idea for me to sort of keep some powder dry and see what comes up. But if we have too many more days like this, I probably should go focus on crafting again. And in fact, this is one of the motivations for wrapping up for tonight. Aha! I forgot that it's not just the nun that helps us here. So I believe the Surrealist Painter gets us one more room, which is a wonderful way to finish the night. So, game time. First thing we're going to do is read Fekri's Herbery for a satisfaction. So again, I've already got this in, I've already kind of prepped this, but I want to make sure that I have everything that I need. So, Grail starts with 4 from the Surrealist Painter. So 2 memory from Satisfaction. So that brings us up to 6. We feed them the Sacrament Callicite. So that brings them up to 12. So our target here is the Red Forbidding, so we need to get them up to 14. Ah, interesting. Okay, so I can give them 1 tool, which brings us up to 13. So now I just need to find a food item with 1 Grail, and that saves me the jam for another Grail challenge. So let's see if we can make some magic happen here. Not looking good. Oh, basket of apples. Looks like we have another blackberry jam anyway, but I am definitely not going to complain about giving up the apples here. She does utilize pigments. I think the challenge here is that I don't have any pigments that are relevant to my current Grail task. So, for instance, at a storage closet somewhere. Right here. So this is actually a rather tempting one, given what we're working with on the sagging dock. The problem is I don't have, I can't kind of cover the rest of the, distance. Yeah, as far as pigments go, I have a lot of sort of single point ones. That's by far the most impressive that I've run into so far. The inks don't count as pigments. The Refulgin does, but that's lantern, so that doesn't quite move the needle either. But yeah, so the funny thing about the pigments for the painter are that the skills that I think are relevant are they're somewhere else. So Yeah, I mean we're good. Like I can solve the challenge that I'm trying to solve here. But yeah, we don't need to get too clever with this. Oh, Iotic Essence is... Now what I'm curious about is if I'd used Shapt, would I've gotten the same result? I gotta find a place to put this. This one, if I sound disappointed, it's just because this is something that I believe I can construct on my own. So the last few actually seemed quite powerful. This one, less so. Okay, so first things first, we want to hire the Surrealist Painter. I'll hire this one for a day. Oh, actually, I didn't finish... Right, so the tool and the apples. The other thing too is that it's possible that there are pigments that I haven't created yet that are available. So, what painter with their pigments wouldn't want to spend a day at Hush House? So the way that you can find out about what a character can accept. So this was one of the reasons why I wanted to potentially hire the musician, and that was just to remember what their extra collaboration was. But every character can get an element of the soul, a beverage, sustenance, and a tool and a memory. But in addition, you can give them usually one extra one. So Mr. Kill, it's wood. Denzel, it's fuel or metal. Same with the consulting engineer. I think the nun is a candle. The poet's a flower. And yeah, it's the musician. For whatever reason, my mind just goes blank every single time I try to remember what their special one was. Doesn't matter though. I mean, we'll make it all work out. Okay, first things up. Spice scales, redolent of decades of piquant passage. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. So we'll do the renewables first. We're already working on Fekri's Herbery, so we're okay for that. It would be nice to see if there's something knock or... Oh, there is something knock that I can do, actually. It's less important, but I don't mind having something in reserve. Introduce a change in the toxin to make it more knock potent but safer. Edict Liminal and a keeper level knock plus Glassfinger toxin creates the Sacrament Acite. Yeah, and I mean, I actually am just starting to get to the point where I need to sort of use all of the different augments for the assistant, so I feel like the game's pretty forgiving in terms of... Like, I've found that I'm usually able to get around most of the challenges that I run into. Denzel, get over here. You're getting exalted with hail. Not again. Alright, you have to eat not all the onions, all the apples. Notoriously hard to take just one bite. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will also increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. And again, the logic behind this is just, it's not that... Like, so 2 nectar... I'm getting short on 2 nectar foods. Yeah, like the golden marrow. I'm definitely going to hit a limit in terms of what kind of nectar I can bring to bear, but I prefer the idea of that because I imagine in theory I'm going to be able to find apples again some way. I haven't actually experimented with the garden, and it's only one grail. Whereas the blackberry jam, I get 2 strikes with those, and we've got 1, 2, 3. So in terms of rooms that we don't know the challenges for, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which all of these could potentially be high-level Grail challenges. So this is the case here, just where I can. If I find something that's, food is getting a bit scarce in the house, so if I have an opportunity to make if I have an opportunity to save a 2 sustenance Grail, that just preserves the option for later. I do like that. By the way, I was wrong when I said that there's no edge food. The onions are edge food. All right, the sustenance has boosted their aspects appropriately. So we'll talk with them about satisfaction. This is the biggest. This is the biggest one as far as consumables go. Although we've got plenty of time. Although I haven't really been making that much of the day, we still have a health and a whist to kick around. Why did I think I could use whist here? I may have to use it in the sweet bones. Well, that or I can make Solomon's preparation. It's always good to have one of these on reserve. Muddle and mix a wintry preparation. Inks of containment with scholar level winter plus flour creates Solomon's preparation. And the final step. So this brings us up to the 14 grail that we need. Again, just for verification. As long as we use the Surrealist Painter before the end of the day, we have unlocked a room I wasn't expecting to. I just want I really only want my assistant to not smell like onions until nightfall. So I figure feed them the onions at the very end of the day, and then hopefully that'll mean I get a discount the next time I need to hire them because of all the lack of work. The showers in the third dimension. If we could just move the perspective along the Z-axis, we'd be fine. Down to the Grushians. This has boosted their aspects roughly, or maybe you throw yourself in the sea's edge, and that's how you take a bath. All right, the Red Forbidding, Crimson Mist, Specken, and Sway. And the name of the 2 blades that are one of the threshold, which has 2 sides. So this was just a nice to have, but I figure if I can get high-level versions of things in reserve, that's a nice to have. Do I really... I should probably be picking flowers. I definitely missed some opportunities to get some good ones. Wonder if I can get any more Trumpeter's Lily. Yep, in autumn before the real chill comes, Trumpeter's Lily still flourishes. And it looks like there's a few books in here, which is good news for me. Unless they're all in a language I don't understand. In autumn, when the leaves rustle, the silent landlady has served me apple pie with steamed cream in the window nook. The cream's in the window nook, not the... Candles are flammable soap. Alright, with Keeper level Winter, Solomon's preparations are a precursor to the Great Ink Nillikant. And here, I was wondering when this would show up. So, this is the Calcite Altar, the Red Grail, Birth and Appetite, denied and condemned by the clergy of the Sun for her temptress role, in the Sun's division. Those of us who oppose eternity might instead give her thanks and praise, but cautiously. I wonder... Well, I don't have an element of the soul to apply anyway, but... So, another Sacrament Calcite, Collector's Edition, no less. Goddess who changes skin, to every god her skin. A bunch of candles. No less than 4 uncatalogued dawn books. Bobos of Spring, a votive vessel for harvest offerings. Lambig Brosilende, sorry, pronunciations all over the map. And yeah, much like every other altar in the game. Something I probably need to engage with more, but haven't. Oh, this is brilliant. So this is, I'm so happy. I'm feeling like a genius now for building the Sacrament Asite, because we can make another Super Timothy and deal with the wintry forbidding. Cool. I think I'm gonna see the day through, but I'm gonna wrap. I think I'm gonna wrap this up here because I am noticing the time, and I didn't get a full night's sleep last night, so it would be nice to just catch up on a little bit of this. No, Timothy is a 2-lantern, 1-knock character. Now that doesn't mean you can't give him Moth, but he would not, by default, he wouldn't be Moth. In fact, I don't believe any of the named residents of Brandkrug have Moth aspect. However, the traveling barber, so that would be the character in Summer, I believe has 2 Moth and 1 Rose. So there is a season where you're going to be guaranteed to get a certain type of Moth character. I really do need to find a better place for all my flowers. Do I have any empty tables? I don't really need the money. I'm just kind of getting into the habit of earning a little more money when I don't have anything else to do in the evening. I guess the question for me is, do I want to see what the weather is tomorrow? Nah, you know what? I think I'm just gonna actually. Now we'll wait when the day starts. I'll save, and then it'll be a nice surprise for me when I start tomorrow. Right, an afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And Oriflammes wants me to spend money again. Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Signs Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the Tripled Heart, sacred poems composed in honor of the hours venerated by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Now, normally I wouldn't pick something like this up, but I am able to get this and still have enough money for another language. So Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. Yeah, and I am going to follow through, because if I don't, I am never going to finish the stream. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Oh, actually, was there... I'm just realizing there's a few... So, Bionic Beams, you asked about using comforts, and I think there was somebody who was asking about the secret folder. Oh, so that was Capto, who's gone for tonight. Or actually, sorry, maybe you... I think maybe you were making a joke, and I've lost in the context now. Sorry, I'm totally losing it. But yes, thank you, everybody. Like I said, I'm quite tired, so I should probably just try and find a way to gracefully end. But thank you, all of you. It's been a lot of fun to broadcast for you. I would like to see if I can find another Book of Hours broadcast. Oh no, I'm the only one. All right, let's see what else we have here. So. Is anybody playing Cultist Simulator? No! Alright, Oh, the cover question was legit. If you try to study books that are beyond you, you can sometimes wind up with a... so some challenges will require you to use something with the comfort aspect. So I have thrown a cat at a book, and then I understood the book. So yeah, that would be an example of it. If you have a Grail text and you need if you just need 2 extra Grail aspect, try reading it with. Excuse me. Try reading it with the aspect that you have, and then throw the cat at it. Yeah. It works for Moth too. Anyways, I'm so sorry to say I don't have a whole lot of people that I can host tonight, so I'm gonna host an incredibly strange channel, but I actually think it's kind of a fun one. I do not believe it is live now, but this one is called How Is It Manifested? And the idea behind this channel is that when it's live, you can put in requests, and it uses the large language models to basically make these very surreal, like, short films. I can probably put... I mean, I've had a couple that are sort of fun to watch, but, we'll just so it comes up. It's incredibly strange, but very compelling and fun in a way. And again, I would have loved to do more Book of Hours, but I don't see anybody online with it right now, and I don't have that many people I know who are broadcasting. So I figured How Is It Manifested is just such a strange and interesting channel that's a decent one to to put you all in front of. But again, thank you all. You've been a wonderful audience. I really appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate the preposterous number of subs. I think it was 7 from you, Bionic Beans. But again, I really appreciate that, and I hope all of you who got a sub, first of all, say thank you, but number 2, I hope that you enjoy your time as a subscriber. I've only got a few more seconds before the raid, so enjoy How Is It Manifested. I'll be back Monday for more Book of Hours. Take care.